Chapter 869. Walala. The space fluctuated violently and the black fog plane became more and more violent. The purple-gold lightning on it also became dimmer and dimmer. Father, what a familiar aura. That aura seems to have existed in my soul's memory. Little Xingxing poked her head out from Du Xiaofu's bosom. The tender voice of a little girl rang out. Her golden eyes stared intently at the seal wrapped in purple lightning. The space inside was very familiar to her, as though she had seen it before. That aura came from the depths of her soul. Don't cause trouble. Be careful when you go in. Don't run around. Du Xiaofu flicked little Xingxing's head and reminded her. The space inside the black fog was filled with ghostly cries and howls. It was extraordinary. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be serious. He then turned around and said to Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Shi Tu, Sun Wu and the others, everyone be careful. Don't get separated by the crowd. Yes. Everyone nodded. The sealed ancient land was about to open. At this moment, everyone was nervous. Above the mountains, countless people looked at the disappearing seal. A huge space entrance slowly appeared. Huff. Huff, in the air above the mountains, many people's eyes turned red. Their breathing became heavy and they clenched their fists. Profound chi started to fluctuate in their bodies. Crack. Crack, finally, under countless gazes, the purple-gold lightning on the strange space seal completely disappeared. The seal exploded. The distorted space turned into countless space fragments and rushed out. A vast and boundless space appeared on the plain, as if it was another world. The sealed ancient land has opened. Go in quickly. You only have 15 minutes. If you exceed the time limit, the space will automatically close. At that time, the exit will open again after you have obtained the final benefits. On the sixth peak, Elder Gu Qingyang looked at the sealed ancient land and said to Sima Muhan, Roa Shui Han, Jiang Ling, Yin Machin, Mi Zixia, Si Ruofeng and the others. Let's go. The sealed ancient land has opened. Find the great opportunity. At this moment, the eyes of countless people in the Divine Thunder Mountain range turned red. Even the 9 great forces were unable to form any fear towards them. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the voices were filled with greedy roars. In an instant, they rushed towards the entrance of the sealed ancient land like a swarm of locusts. Young Hall Master, be careful. We will wait for your triumphant return and strengthen our 7-star hall. Elder Cloud Leopard, Elder Yao Xing, and the others all looked at Du Xiaofu, their eyes filled with longing. They had placed all their hopes on this purple-armored youth. Du Xiaofu nodded, then turned to Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Shi Tu and the others behind him and said, Let's go in, follow each other, don't get separated. As soon as his voice fell, Du Xiaofu's figure was wrapped in a light purple flame light. His figure turned into a purple rainbow and flew straight into the space. Everyone, follow the young master. Lin Weiqi nodded. Her slender figure straightened up. Flames appeared on the tip of her feet, and her body formed a graceful arc in the air. Whoosh whoosh, as the 7 Stars Hall's disciples behind him moved, they instantly turned into blurry figures and directly rushed into the sealed ancient land space. No one from our 7-star hall has ever been able to enter the top 10. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao and the others rushing into the sealed ancient land, Elder Cloud Leopard's robe fluttered, and his eyes flashed. Don't worry, it will be different this time. Elder Yao Xing smiled and said with great confidence, This time, we have the young hall master. Whoosh whoosh, figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth swept past like a tornado. Like countless bolts of lightning, they burrowed into the entrance of the sealed ancient land. In the midst of the eruption of the crowd, there were many young men and women on a hilltop who had not yet displayed their figures. They all looked extremely worried and dignified. There's not much time left. The sealed entrance will close soon. Why haven't Little Green, Little Demon, and Little Tiger come yet? On the hilltop, a woman with a hot body and a graceful figure looked into the depths of the mountain. Behind the woman's head, her long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. Her black hair was loosely tied up, and her ethereal eyes were filled with worry and dignified. She was Du Xiaoman. At this moment, the sealed ancient land's entrance had opened, but Little Green and the others had not yet arrived. She was also worried. There's not enough time. It seems that Little Green and the others have been delayed. We can only go in first. Du Yunlong said. There was not much time left. If they did not go in now, it would be too late. Well, that's the only way. Let's go in first. Du Xiaoman's lips were like cherry petals. She said softly and nodded helplessly. Whoosh whoosh. Hearing this, the silver-winged demonic condor, Du Hao, Du Chong, and the others could only display their figures and flew into the sealed ancient land's entrance. On another hilltop of the vast divine Thunder Mountain, on a huge rock, there were about 20 extraordinary young men and women standing there. These young men and women were all very powerful. They stood quietly and solemnly. Weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, he's also here. Among the 20 or so young men and women, there was an otherworldly woman. Her beautiful eyes glowed as she looked at the sea of people flying through the air. Beside this beautiful woman, there was an extraordinary young man. His aura seemed to be entrenched in the vast sky, suppressing the mountains and rivers. He said softly, I always feel that it's him. It's the same as his overbearing and ferocious aura. One day, we will know who he is. If it's not him, why else would he hide it? No matter what, let's go into the sealed ancient land first. It's rumored that there are many great opportunities inside. For the sake of the college, even if it's a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we have to go in. A tall young man said in a deep voice. His light red hair draped over his shoulders, and his dark red eyes were fluctuating. There was an indescribable majesty and evil aura around him. At this moment, there were many young men and women in the surroundings. If Du Xiaofu could see them, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised. They were the most extraordinary disciples in Tianwu Academy. Other than the general, Gu Xinyan, Li Yuxiao, Guo Xiaofeng, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, and the others, they were the most extraordinary disciples in Tianwu Academy. There were also Yi Feiyu, Guo Qing, Zhang Lu, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji, and the other extraordinary disciples of Tianwu Academy who were rescued by the Soul-Breaking King and the Lightning-Racing King from the Dark Nether Sect's attack. They had been training in the Middle Province and had gathered together by relying on the badges that they carried with them. This time, they were going to enter the sealed ancient land to search for great opportunities. When the college was destroyed, they managed to escape with their lives. All of them swore that they would rebuild Tianwu Academy one day. Let's go. We don't have much time left. Netherworld Princess Wu Kei stood beside Ghost Child. She was wearing a bright red palace robe. Her big eyes were charming and her gaze was seductive. Let's go, Black Eagle, Tang Wu, flew into the sky. The people behind him followed suit and turned into streams of light. They followed the crowd and flew into the sealed ancient land's entrance. Swoosh, swoosh, in the distant sky, 4 figures appeared in the sky. They looked travel-worn. They were a man, 2 women, and a little golden macaque. They were Du Xiaoqing, Ouyang Shuang, the little tiger, and Du Xiaoyao who had rushed over from the Stone Dragon Empire. The sealed ancient land's entrance seems to have opened. I wonder where Sister Xiaoman and the others are. Du Xiaoqing was worried. It was not easy to find a few people in the huge crowd. If they can't wait for us, they will definitely go in first. We can go in and look for them. Du Xiaoyao looked at the seal in the sky. Her eyes were solemn as she said, that seal isn't simple. I heard that the seal won't attack the younger generation when they enter. I should be considered as one of the younger generation. Then, do you still want to go in? Du Shaoqing stared at Du Xiaoyao and asked. Of course I want to go in. I'm definitely one of the younger generation. Du Xiaoyao rolled her eyes. Swoosh, swoosh, 4 figures soared into the sky and followed closely behind the crowd. They entered the entrance of the sealed ancient land one after another. Stone Dragon Empire, Imperial Capital, Dragon City. The dazzling palace was in a mess outside. Although it had been cleaned up, traces of destruction could still be seen. A large part of the palace had been razed to the ground. It would take more than a few days to rebuild it. In Dragon City, Du Shaoqing, the younger sister of the brave God King, and the brave God King's mount had wreaked havoc in the palace. On the surface, not many people in Dragon City talked about it. However, this topic had been secretly spread to the entire Stone Dragon Empire. Some people even said that the desolate country was going to declare war on the Stone Dragon Empire. Before the fall of the Rock Emperor, he needed the treasures of the Stone Dragon Empire's palace to prolong his life. However, the palace had never been used. Even the battle at Enlightenment City and the national celebration did not mention the brave God King, the World Society, and the Heavenly Beast Hall. Now, the desolate country was going to seek justice. The desolate country's strength had long surpassed the Stone Dragon Empire. There were rumors that there were many kings in the desolate country. Chapter 870. There were many demonic beasts in the martial king realm, and there was also the medicine sovereign, Dr. Wuming. Ever since medicine sovereign Dr. Wuming had become a 7-star spiritual talisman master, he had attracted many experts to seek refuge in the desolate country. Now that the Rock Emperor's sister, Du Shaoqing, had returned, the Huang country was powerful enough to sweep through the Stone Dragon Empire. Inside the Imperial Palace, in the dazzling main hall, the Imperial Palace was surrounded by the Imperial Qi. The aura was astonishing. Emperor Cheng and Emperor Cheng, the Huang country has the support of the Ancient Heaven sect and many beasts. The Ancient Heaven sect also has the intention to establish a force in the Dark Forest. I'm afraid they won't let this go so easily. You two must plan ahead. An old man pretended to be serious and sighed. He said to the old Emperor Qing Fanshi and Emperor Qing Fugui. Hearing the old man's words, Qing Fanshi and Qing Huang's expressions turned grave. They knew about the Huang country's strength. Du Shaoqing had razed the imperial palace and left. The Stone Dragon Empire had never been humiliated like this. Emperor Qingluan, the Huang country is different now. They have the Ancient Heaven sect behind them. I'm afraid the Stone Dragon Empire is in trouble. The old Emperor Qing Fanshi's eyes narrowed. He had personally fought Du Shaoqing. If it wasn't for the Imperial Qi in the Imperial Palace, he wouldn't have been able to resist her. Although the Ancient Heaven sect is powerful, don't forget about the Great Luan sect. Now, the Great Luan sect and the Stone Dragon Empire are family. If the Stone Dragon Empire is in trouble, the Great Luan sect will not sit by and do nothing. I believe the Divine Light Court will also help. The Ancient Heaven sect is not afraid of the Ancient Heaven sect. The old man smiled. He looked at the old Emperor Qing Fanshi and Emperor Cheng and said, this time, the Huang country has swept through the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial palace and humiliated the Stone Dragon Empire. How do you plan to deal with this? This, old Emperor Qing Fanshi and Emperor Cheng looked at each other. They were in a dilemma. They knew that if they were to declare war on the desolate country, they would have to consider many things. Even without mentioning the desolate country's strength and the Ancient Heaven sect, the two sovereigns knew that the North Vanquishing Prince, the East Vanquishing Prince, and the South Vanquishing Prince were the 3 oldest sovereigns of the empire. They had close ties with Du Xiaofu back then. It was still unknown if the 3 kings would really deal with the desolate country. Seeing the change in the 2 emperors' expressions, the old man from the Great Will sect said, could it be that the Huang country has humiliated the Stone Dragon Empire and the 2 Emperor Cheng are going to swallow this humiliation? The Stone Dragon Empire's thousands of years of foundation, its thousands of years of reputation, are you going to let the three beasts from the Huang country trample on it? Of course not, but, Emperor Qing Fanshi's expression changed. He looked at the old man from the Great Will sect and said, however, the Stone Dragon Empire needs to rest and recuperate. I'm afraid that we won't be able to win the war. Your Majesty, you're worrying too much. The old man from the Great Will sect smiled and said, that little desolate country has humiliated the Stone Dragon Empire. The entire central continent knows about the relationship between the Stone Dragon Empire and the Great Will sect. It's the same as humiliating the Great Will sect. The Holy Sun told me to take care of the Stone Dragon Empire before entering the sealed ancient land to participate in the Heaven's Pride competition. Now that something like this has happened, I naturally can't ignore it. The Great Will sect won't stay out of this either. Thank you, Emperor Pure Wheel. Emperor Qing Fugue, nodded, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. I heard that a treasure has appeared in Stone City. It's a heavenly treasure that can benefit the entire city. It's extraordinary. If we can get it, it'll be a great fortune. The old man looked at Qing Fanting and said, the Huang country sent out 3 demonic beasts to wreak havoc in the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire. I think that we should also go to the Huang country's Stone City. Maybe we can give the Huang country's heavenly treasures to the old emperor and let him have a chance to improve his cultivation. Hearing this, the old emperor Qing Fanshi's eyes lit up. There was a hint of passion in his eyes. The old man from the Great Luan sect noticed the fervent look in old emperor Qing Fanshing's eyes. He could not help but let out a sinister smile. He seized the opportunity and said, Emperor Qing, it will depend on the two of you whether you want to seek revenge from the desolate nation. If the two of you are willing to swallow this humiliation, I will immediately return to the Great Luan sect and pretend that this matter never happened. However, if you want to go to war with the desolate country, my Great Will sect will do our best to help. If the desolate country is allowed to develop, it'll become a great threat to the Stone Dragon Empire even without the Ancient Heaven sect. Emperor Qing Fanshing and Emperor Qing glanced at each other, then at the old man of the Great Luan sect. Emperor Qing Fanshing nodded and said, this is a matter of national prestige, we can't let it go. Therefore, Emperor Qing Luan, please help us. Of course. The Stone Dragon Empire and the Great Will sect are one family now. Since that's the case, let's set off tomorrow morning and make a trip to the Stone City. The Clear Luan Emperor smiled sinisterly, since that's the case, let's set off tomorrow morning and make a trip to the Stone City. The Golden Dragon Palace was dazzling at dusk. This was the place where all the dragon chi in the Stone Dragon Empire gathered. Dragons with golden scales and golden armors could be seen on the eaves of the Golden Dragon Palace. They looked as if they wanted to soar into the sky. The vast hall was like a huge square, supported by huge pillars on all sides. Lifelike golden dragons were engraved on the pillars, coiling around them. The dragon chi in the palace was everywhere. It made it difficult for people to breathe and their xian chi stagnated. Father, the Great Will sect seems to want us to go to war with the desolate country. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. At the center of the hall, Emperor Cheng's dragon-robed figure stood with his hands behind his back. His plump figure possessed an absolutely dignified aura. At this moment, as he stood within the hall, it seemed as though there were golden dragon phantoms circling around him, causing others to feel intimidated even from afar. Of course it won't be that simple. If it wasn't for Shengnan and the Divine Light Court, the Great Will sect wouldn't care about a small empire like the Stone Dragon Empire. The desolate country won't cause them to go to war. Qing Fanshi's long black hair draped over his shoulders. A few strands of his golden hair swayed in the wind. His deep eyes rippled and flickered. He said softly, if I'm not wrong, the Great Will sect is probably doing this for the Ancient Heaven sect behind the desolate country. That's their true goal. We don't need to listen to them. If that's the case, the Stone Dragon Empire has become a pawn of the Great Will sect. Emperor Qing frowned. His eyes were solemn. We're all pawns to the Great Will sect and the Ancient Heaven sect. What I'm afraid of is that we don't even have the qualifications to be their pawns. Qing Fancher paused for a moment. His eyes flickered as he said, "This is also our opportunity. We can only grow stronger in the cracks. The desolate country is developing at a terrifying speed. It's already a huge threat. We have to get rid of it." Qing Fancher sighed. His deep eyes were blazing as he said, "The Great Will sect seems to be using the Stone Dragon Empire. In fact, we can also take advantage of them. As long as we can obtain the treasures in the Stone City, we can also advance. This is also an opportunity for the Stone Dragon Empire, a huge opportunity. The desolate country is developing too fast. It's terrifying." Emperor Cheng's eyes moved as he murmured. The imperial palace's draconic chi lingered around him. The vast black fog plain in front of the Divine Thunder Mountain range regained its tranquility. As the sun set in the west, the countless young men and women that blotted out the sky and covered the earth all surged into the entrance of the seal like a swarm of locusts and disappeared. The seal also solidified once again. There were many old men, middle-aged men, and women left in the mountain range. They were the experts of the major forces who came to escort the younger generation. They were all looking forward to it, hoping that the disciples of their clans and sects would be able to obtain a great opportunity. "We're afraid that the seal will be open for half a year, but it's not fixed. Let's wait here for them to come out. It won't be long, but it won't be short either. Let's set up camp first." On the sixth peak, Gu Qingyang clasped his hands behind his back and waved his white robe. He said to Chang Mingze and the other elders behind him. Every time there was a Heavenly Legends competition, the escorting experts would wait for half a year in the Holy Thunder Mountain range to prevent any sudden changes in the sealed land. "I wonder who will be able to enter the top 10 this time," Elder Hu Sankuan said. He was looking forward to it. Entering the top 10 was the true grand event of the prodigy competition. However, the premise was that they didn't die in the great ominous land and could reach the final place where the great opportunity was. If we want to know who will enter the top 10, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for a long time. When the time comes, the space-time talisman array will be activated. It was set up by the 9 great forces together. We'll be able to know immediately. Elder Hao Zhongwei smiled at Elder Hu Sankuan and said, "When the time comes, we'll have to send the space-time talisman array back to the Manchu. This time, our ancient sky sect has Muhan, Shui Ruhan, and Xiang Ling. Our ancient sky sect will definitely be able to get a place. Let's wait. It's only about half a year." Elder Chang Mingze said softly. Chapter 871. Behind the mountain peaks, figures were moving about on some of the mountain tops. Some were setting up camps, some were setting up tents, and some were setting up sealing talisman arrays. They had to wait here for the disciples of the clan to return in triumph in half a year. Once they obtained a great opportunity in the sealed ancient land, they had to protect it immediately. It would be the hope of the entire clan and the clan. They could not allow any accidents to happen. In the dark space, one's vision was dim. There was a deathly aura and desolation everywhere. The air was filled with a bloody aura and baleful aura. Bones could be seen on the ground from time to time. A rotting smell assailed the nostrils. Woo-woo, in the distant mountain range, there were ghostly cries. It was unknown whether it was the cries of wild beasts or evil spirits. Whoosh whoosh, an overwhelming number of people flooded in, covering a large area of space. Many people who were together were easily separated. The vastness of the crowd was beyond imagination. It was difficult to describe. As soon as they entered the space, everyone immediately scattered. Firstly, they wanted to find a great opportunity to prevent others from getting it first. Secondly, in this space, there were no experts to protect them. No one would trust outsiders and be on guard against others attacking them. It was rumored that every time they entered the sealed ancient land, there would be countless people who would die due to personal grudges or fighting over treasures. In short, there were no rules here. Other than not being able to use external forces, besieging, ganging up, and sneak attacks were common. Be careful. Everyone, stay close. Don't get separated. In the dark space, Du Xiaofu reminded the disciples of the seven-star hall. Countless auras surged out from the terrifying crowd. Even a martial emperor would have to retreat in the face of such a crowd. If one was not careful, one could easily scatter the crowd. Looking at the densely packed crowd, Du Xiaofu could not help but feel shocked. The densely packed crowd surged in, with no end in sight. There were more than hundreds of thousands of them. Although geniuses were rare, every one of them was a dragon or phoenix among men, 1 in 10,000. But how many people were there in the entire Middle State? Even a small empire had hundreds of cities. And the population of a large city was more than hundreds of millions. Just how many empires were there in the entire central province? One could well imagine just how terrifying their numbers were. Normally, these young geniuses were rarely seen, but at this moment, they were gathered together for the grand event that occurred once every 30 years. These were all the young geniuses in the entire Central Plains, and the number had reached a shocking level. Young Hall Master, let's move forward a little. There are too many people behind us. Dongli Diao said to Du Xiaofu. Looking at the huge crowd behind him, he sucked in a breath of cold air. They were originally at the 10th peak in front of them. Hence, they had entered the sealed ancient land earlier. However, at this moment, they were shaken by the impact of the crowd behind them. Alright, everyone, don't split up. Du Xiaofu said. The aura of his primordial spirit spread out in all directions as his figure flashed into the vast space ahead. This sealed land was like a vast and boundless small world that was sealed within it. Figures that blotted out the sky and covered the earth poured in. Then, they dispersed and spread throughout the vast sealed land. Swoosh, swoosh, in the dark sky, 4 figures flashed down. There was a man, 2 women, and a golden macaque. What a familiar aura. It's that guy. He's here. The golden macaque jumped onto Ouyang Shuang's shoulder. Its golden eyes looked at the sky in front of it and it was instantly filled with surprise. Du Xiaoyao felt an aura that came from its body. The aura was connected to the golden macaque. There was no mistaking it. What aura? Who did you see? Du Xiaoqing heard Du Xiaoyao's muttering and immediately asked Du Xiaoyao. When Du Xiaoyao heard this, its golden eyes turned. Then, it smiled and said, no one. I just felt that the aura here is a little strange. Everyone, be careful. This is probably not a good place. In the vast gloomy mountain range, from time to time, in the air, on the rocks, and on the ground, a few tiny purple gold lightning flashed. The space was not like the Holy Thunder Mountain range where nothing could grow. Instead, there were some extremely strange plants growing everywhere. They had never been seen in the outside world. They were strangely shaped and filled with an unfriendly blood aura. There was also a strange dark fog spreading around. Swoosh, swoosh, on the stone walls on both sides of the road, a patch of blood-red vines with traces of black fog spreading out suddenly rushed out. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Weiqi waved her hand and shook her wrist. A blazing flame spurted out from her slender hand and burned the patch of blood-red vines to ashes. Everyone, be careful. The plants here are extremely dangerous and may be highly poisonous. It is said that there are plants here that are psychic and have formed evil spirits over a long period of time. Lin Weiqi said to the disciples of the 7-star hall beside her. Her charming face was slightly serious as she looked around vigilantly. You seem to know a lot. Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Lin Weiqi. Lin Weiqi looked sideways at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "This is a warning from the elders in the hall. Everything here is strange. It is always better to be careful." Du Xiaofu nodded and said, "Be careful. Everyone, be vigilant." Buzz. Just as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the square box on his back suddenly trembled. There is a little trouble. Du Xiaofu's mind went into the box. With the new artifact spirit that he had placed in the purple-gold heavenly palace, it was not difficult to know that it was because of the strange aura in the space that stirred up the evil spirits in the purple-gold heavenly palace. Seeing Du Xiaofu's absent-minded appearance, Lin Weiqi reminded Du Xiaofu, "You should know that in here, you cannot use puppets, practitioner weapons, or Dao weapons. All external forces cannot be used. Otherwise, the weapons will be destroyed and people will die. Even practitioner weapons and spiritual weapons cannot be used." Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and was stunned. He knew that puppets could not be used in the sealed ancient lands, but he did not expect that even practitioner weapons and Dao weapons could not be used. Of course you can't use them. Practitioner weapons and Dao weapons are also considered external forces. In here, you can only rely on yourself. You can only rely on your martial veins and talent, your physical body and qi. Lin Weiqi said seriously. You can only rely on yourself. The foundation of a cultivator is still on himself. The essence of cultivation is still on himself. It seems that this sealed ancient lands is not simple. Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart, and then a smile appeared in his eyes. He could not use any external force, including talisman weapons and Dao weapons. Du Xiaofu had always had some confidence in the cultivation of his physical body. Third young master, is there really an opportunity here? Shi Tu looked around and sized up his surroundings. He could not help but feel his hair stand on end amidst this gloomy space and ghostly wails. There should be an opportunity. There should be a few extraordinary spiritual herbs in front. Let's go and take them. Du Xiaofu smiled. Because of the pulse spirit, Du Xiaoyao's talent in finding treasures had been passed down. Using the power of the pulse spirit slightly, the treasures in the surrounding area could not escape detection. Spiritual herbs, these are extraordinary spiritual herbs. I'm afraid they can be refined into royal-grade elixirs. On a hillside covered with dense forest, a red glow spread out from the cracks of the stone. Although it carried a bit of blood qi, it was more of a rich energy fluctuation of spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs were extraordinary. Swoosh swoosh, more than 10 young men and women appeared in front of the stone wall. They were excited. They did not expect to be able to obtain an opportunity just after entering the sealed ancient lands. Swoosh, suddenly, a black fog surged out from the stone wall. In an extremely short period of time, with a blood-red rune flickering, it directly condensed into a dozen illusory human figures. These human figures were quite illusory. Their eyes were hollow and they looked quite ferocious. However, their speed was as fast as lightning. The energy fluctuations were very powerful, and they were not inferior to some martial marquis realm cultivators. There were a few powerful energy bodies, and they could even be compared to the extraordinary martial king realm cultivators. Woo woo, the moment these dozen energy bodies appeared, they charged towards the dozen young men and women. Majestic energy surged, shattering the boulders on the rock wall one after another. Oh no, this is an evil thing. Its strength is very strong and strange. The young men and women's faces suddenly changed, and they hurriedly fled in panic. Swoosh! However, the strength of these illusory figures was much stronger than these young men and women. Among these young men and women, only 2 of them were ordinary martial king realm cultivators. Suddenly, they were surrounded by the illusory figures. Waves of terrifying blood qi gushed out and swept out, directly entering the glabella of these young men and women. Swoosh swoosh, then, the eyes of these young men and women turned red, and their glabella turned black. Their bodies were surrounded by black fog, and the veins on their bodies were exposed. Their faces became ferocious. Bang bang bang, then, the bodies of the young men and women, including the two martial king realm cultivators, exploded one after another, and blood mist poured out. More than 10 ferocious illusory figures appeared again, and the aura on their bodies seemed to be stronger than before. Swoosh 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 swoosh, hundreds of figures rushed over and appeared in the sky above the stone wall. Looking at the dozen illusory figures, their eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 872. In front of the crowd, there was a young man in purple soft armor. His eyes under the mask were filled with shock. He was Du Xiaofu and the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. Dozens of hideous illusory figures looked at Du Xiaofu and the hundreds of people who were approaching. There was no fear in their eyes. Instead, there was greed in their eyes. Lin Weiqi looked at the dozens of hideous illusory figures and her beautiful eyes trembled. She said, "It's those evil spirits. They are born here and can devour people's spirits to grow stronger. They can even possess people's bodies. They are very strange and difficult to deal with. It is difficult to kill them with normal attacks." Attack! Dong Li Diao stared at the dozen or so hideous illusory figures who were still charging at them. With a loud shout, he instantly charged forward. Destroy! At the same time, Lin Weiqi, Wu Ma Sheng, Sun Wu, Shi Tu, and the others also flashed out. The figures attacked one by one. Their profound qi fluctuated and runes flashed. They attacked the dozens of evil spirits at lightning speed. Bang! 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 A muffled explosion immediately spread out in all directions, and as the energy rippled out, even the surrounding black fog was shaken away. In a moment, the dozens of evil spirit bodies were destroyed by Dong Li Diao, Lin Weiqi, Sun Wu, Shi Tu, Wu Ma Sheng, Yu Bai, Tao Yu, Yu Mingyuan and the others. Walala, the dozens of evil spirit bodies were destroyed. They turned into bloody aura and black fog and dissipated. Wu, however, at that moment, the space suddenly changed. The bloody aura and black fog in the air instantly gathered together. The aura was still increasing. It was comparable to the martial emperor realm. With a strange aura and speed, it directly swept towards the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. "Be careful!" Du Xiaofu shouted. His body was like lightning as he pounced towards the evil spirits. Wu! At that moment, Lin Weiqi, Dong Li Diao and the others did not expect such a change. Not only could the broken evil spirits reform, but they could also become stronger. The evil spirit pounced. Its speed was too fast. In an instant, it entered the forehead of a Seven-Star Hall youth who had not recovered from the shock. It was a disciple of Yuheng Hall. His cultivation was only at the martial king realm. As waves of terrifying bloody aura gushed out and swept out, the eyes of the youth from Alioth Hall turned scarlet red. His body was surrounded by black fog, the veins on Yuheng his face became hideous. The young man from Alioth Hall who was possessed by the evil spirit looked around with red eyes. He seemed to be a bit afraid and didn't immediately make the evil spirit explode. Not good, he has been possessed by an evil spirit. It will devour his mind and soul. No one can save him. Lin Weiqi's expression changed as her expression turned grave. She could not save him now that he was possessed by an evil spirit. She could only watch helplessly. Damn it! Du Xiaofu cursed. A cold light flashed in his eyes under the mask. He waved his hand and the mysterious runes on the talisman condensed into a stalk of grass. The stalk of grass was long and slender. The mysterious runes on the grass flickered as if it was real. As the stalk of grass flew out, the surrounding space trembled. The red eyes of the evil spirit chi-possessed youth also began to tremble. Go! Du Xiaofu shouted. The stalk of grass in his hand rotated. The rune light turned into a lightning bolt that wrapped around the evil spirit chi-possessed youth. This stalk of grass could purify the spiritual platform and suppress all evil spirits. This was the dark seeker grass. It could suppress all evil spirits. At this moment, the red eyes of the Alioth Hall lost their color in shock. Woo-woo sounds were incessant, and it was extremely ear-piercing and uncomfortable to listen to. The strange aura of the blood fiend erupted, and it wanted to break free from the dark insight grass. However, the dark seeker grass was the evil spirit's nemesis. No matter how hard it tried to escape and struggle, it was still enveloped. A rune light then flew into the Yuhan Hall disciple's forehead. Woo-woo, a black mist flowed out from the Yuhan Hall disciple's forehead as it quickly escaped. Destroy! Du Xiaofu shouted. The dark seeker grass's light beam chased after the dark seeker grass and directly wrapped around the black mist. The black mist that was filled with evil spirit chi was then completely destroyed, turning into white mist and dissipating. In the end, the space became much clearer, making people feel refreshed. Puff, the Yuhan Hall disciple spat out a mouthful of smoke. His face was deathly pale as the black mist around him slowly dissipated. His gaze also returned to normal. The youth looked around in a daze. It was as if he didn't know what had just happened. He also didn't know that he had just escaped death and returned from the gates of hell. What a terrifying evil spirit. The surrounding disciples were shocked. They had just entered the sealed ancient land not long ago, but they had already experienced what it meant to be a place of great danger. Each and every one of them became more alert in their hearts. Everything in this place was too strange and dangerous. Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Yu Bai and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they looked at Du Xiaofu with more shock and respect in their eyes. It should be safe now. However, don't be careless. As Du Xiaofu's voice faded, his figure flew out and picked up a few spiritual herbs from the rock wall. Wuma Sheng looked at the spiritual herbs in Du Xiaofu's hand and said in surprise, "It's the blood nether grass. It can be used to refine royal-grade elixirs. It's an ingredient for many royal-grade elixirs. It's extremely rare outside. Where is the end of this place?" After Du Xiaofu kept the extraordinary blood nether grass, he asked the crowd. "This place is huge. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it is. The evil spirits and ghosts are stronger. There are also many dangers that we can't guard against." Dong Lijiao raised his head and replied to Du Xiaofu, "However, the last place we are going to is the place where the greatest opportunity lies. It is said that there is a divine lightning cauldron there. As long as we can obtain the divine lightning body refinement, it will strengthen our spiritual roots and martial veins. Let's leave this place first." Du Xiaofu said as his martial vein spirit power spread out in all directions. This time, Du Xiaofu's biggest goal in entering the sealed ancient land was not the divine lightning body refinement, but the Yin spiritual crystals. At dusk, the sun slowly penetrated the thin layer of clouds. When the clouds and mist dispersed, the entire stone city was enveloped by the brilliant sunset glow. A colorful crown rose up. As the sun set in the west, the sunset glow spread out in all directions, covering half of the sky. Layer by layer, it gradually faded until it became grayish-white, covering the entire stone city. The sky gradually darkened. Within the stone city, there were rays of light flashing. The energy of heaven and earth was exceptionally rich. The entire stone city had become a treasure land. Swoosh swoosh, in the calm sky, two figures flashed across the space. After a few flashes, they appeared in mid-air above the stone city. Two faint auras spread out. A martial king is here. In a separate courtyard of the Du family, a grey-robed elder who was sitting cross-legged suddenly opened his eyes. His seemingly turbid eyes suddenly shone brightly. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the grey-robed elder and spread throughout the entire stone city. In a flash, he disappeared from the room. Swoosh swoosh, in a short moment, many figures flew out from the Du family. An extremely powerful aura spread out. In mid-air, many figures were floating. They were the Golden Condor King, the Solitary Sword King, the Mysterious Dragon King, the Flame Carp King, the Ice Python King, the Stone Turtle King, the Subduing Tiger Tyrant Mastiff, the Blue Flame Red Leopard and other experts. There were also a few unfamiliar figures. All of them had the aura of a martial king. They were all kings who had only recently joined the barren country. They had come because of the Drug Emperor's influence. The Drug Emperor's figure floated in the air. His grey robe fluttered slightly. Looking at the two figures, his expression turned serious. He said, "I wonder which experts have come to the Stone City. It's inappropriate to not greet them. Ha 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 ha, the Stone City is the imperial land of the Stone Dragon Empire. I don't need to announce my arrival." An old and indifferent voice resounded in the sky above the Stone City. As the indifferent voice sounded, the two figures had already arrived in the sky above the Stone City. One of the figures was wrapped in a faint golden light. An invisible pressure descended. The figure appeared in the sky. In the faint golden light, a dense imperial aura spread out. It made people feel as if a majestic aura was crushing down. It was as if a huge dragon had descended. It was an elder who looked to be in his 80s. His long black hair was draped over his shoulders. A few strands of golden hair were extremely eye-catching. His eyes were deep and rippled with light. There was a hint of coldness in them. "It's the old emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire." Seeing the elder's arrival, the Mysterious Dragon King, the Solitary Sword King, and many others were shocked. They had all gone to the Enlightenment City to help the Stone Dragon Empire. Therefore, they recognized the elder at this moment. It was the old emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire, Qing Fancher. The Stone City has always been the imperial land of the Stone Dragon Empire. The barren country's name is not legitimate. A few days ago, they went to the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire and acted presumptuously. The citizens of the Stone City must remember that if you break off your relationship with the barren country, the Stone Dragon Empire will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, you will be treated as traitors," said Qing Fancher. His voice rumbled and his imperial aura spread out. It had a terrifying majesty. "The people of the Stone Dragon Empire are here. We are citizens of the barren country. We have nothing to do with the Stone Dragon Empire. Shameless people of the Stone Dragon Empire. You still have the face to come to the Stone City. If it wasn't for our Rock Emperor, the Stone Dragon Empire would have been destroyed." Countless citizens of the Stone City ran out. Someone shouted loudly as the sun set in the west. They were citizens of the barren country. Moreover, the Stone City was not under the jurisdiction of the Stone Dragon Empire. Otherwise, the Lu Yun Countess would not have invaded so wantonly. Chapter 873. All the residents of the Stone City looked up into the sky, some of them bewildered. The experts from the Yi family and other Stone City clans walked out and looked at the sky cautiously. Outside the Du family, the Du family members also flew out. Du Jixiong, Du Jinwu, and the others floated in the sky. Their cultivation and strength were no longer the same as before. Everyone could feel the aura of the two old men in the sky above the Stone City. They knew that they did not come with good intentions. The two old men were absolute experts. Perhaps the Stone City would be in danger again today. Medicine Emperor, they don't seem to have good intentions. The Solitary Sword King came to Yi Wuming's side with a solemn expression. The old Emperor Qing Fancher and the other old man were absolute experts. In the Stone City, even the silver-winged demonic condor had gone to the prodigy competition. Only the Medicine Emperor could fight against it. The Mysterious Dragon King's cultivation was not enough. Yi Wuming's expression turned serious. Then, his gaze calmed down and he said, "Let's give it a try." Protect the treasures in the tomb and the residents of the stone city. If we can't do it, think of a way to leave. As long as they come back, we can get everything back. Humph, looks like you are stubborn. The old emperor, Qing Fantian, growled when he heard the angry shouts coming from within the stone city. His expression did not look too good. He took a step forward, and the air rippled as if it was about to distort. Whoosh! Yi Wuming raised his eyes and waved his hand. Instantly, no less than 20 puppets of different shapes flew out from his Qianquan bag. When the puppets appeared, their aura fluctuated with ferocious power. Their eyes shone with ferocious light. The aura of any of the puppets was definitely not below the martial king realm. The aura of a few of the puppets was even comparable to martial kings at the peak of the Nirvana realm and the complete martial king realm. The mysterious Dragon King, the Absolute Sword King, and the Golden Condor King were all surprised. They never thought that the Medicine King Yi Wuming would have such terrifying power. Those 20 puppets were no doubt equivalent to 20 Martial King Realm experts. An ordinary Martial King Realm expert would at most have 10 Martial King Realm experts. There's even a puppet. I didn't think that there would be such a talisman master in the Stone City. Another old man beside the old Emperor Qing Fancher spoke. He was the Qing Luan sovereign of the Great Will sect. When he saw the puppet beside Yi Wuming, a look of surprise appeared on his face. As his voice faded, Qing Luan Emperor stepped forward. His aura surged, and the surrounding sky trembled violently. Energy rippled from the heavens and the earth, causing the sky above the stone city to churn. Under the dusk, it was as if night had fallen in Stone City. The Qingluan Emperor glanced around the Stone City and said coldly, "Let's deal with the puny barren country first." What a powerful aura! Yi Wuming's eyes became serious. The old man's aura was much more powerful than the old Emperor Qing Fancher's. Since the barren country dares to provoke my Stone Dragon Empire, then prepare to be destroyed. Runes flickered in the sky below. Multicolored light spread, and the dense aura turned the stone city into a land of treasures. The old emperor looked down with greed in his deep eyes. He sneered and looked around at the Medicine King Yi Wuming. He said, "I know you, the Medicine King Yi Wuming. Since you've come to my Stone Dragon Empire, I'll definitely treat you well. We'll give you whatever you want. Why stay in this tiny barren country that's about to be destroyed?" Yi Wuming's grey robes fluttered as he looked at the old Emperor Qing Fancher. He smiled faintly with disdain in his eyes. He said, "A tiny Stone Dragon Empire can't afford to give me what I want. Even the entire Stone Dragon Empire is nothing in my eyes." Qing Fancher's face darkened as he looked at Yi Wuming. He sneered and said in a chilling voice, "Since that's the case, then I'll destroy you all today. Ungrateful Stone Dragon Empire, die. Attack. Let's fight together." The mysterious Dragon King was furious as he shouted. Then, the World Society experts behind him shouted in unison as waves of dense Xian Qi surged out. Roar, following which, waves of terrifying aura erupted and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. The mysterious Dragon King, Stone Turtle King, Flame Carp King, Ice Python King, Pale Flame Red Leopard, Subduing Tiger Mastiff, and other experts all transformed into their true forms. Many huge and ferocious demonic beasts occupied the air as they charged towards the old Emperor Qing Fancher and the Qingluan Emperor of the Great Luan sect. "You're courting death." The old Emperor Qing Fancher and the Qingluan Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent as their terrifying auras surged out. They immediately attacked. Rumble. The quiet stone city under the dusk was instantly filled with deafening sounds of killing and killing intent. Bang, 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 bang. Terrifying shockwaves surged into the sky. The stone city shook, the courtyards cracked, and the streets exploded. In a short period of time, the solitary Sword King, Golden Condor King, and other kings were slammed to the ground. Their mouths were dripping with blood as the ground cracked. Boom! The Stone Turtle King, Flame Carp King, and Ice Python King's huge bodies crashed to the ground and destroyed a large part of the Stone City streets. All residents of the Stone City, back off. The Medicine King Yi Wuming shouted as he stared at the old Emperor Qing Fanshi and the Qingluan Emperor. He waved his hand and 20 puppets immediately joined in. Woo woo, the puppets flew out as their cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Waves of extremely dense auras surged in the air as they charged towards the old Emperor and the Qingluan Emperor. Not bad puppets, but these inanimate objects aren't enough. The Qingluan Emperor flew out as his palm struck the subduing tiger mastiff, causing it to be on the verge of death. He stomped on the air and charged towards the puppets. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever the Qingluan Emperor passed, a vast amount of Xian Qi would sweep out, causing the energy of heaven and earth in the Stone City to surge. He slammed his palm down and shattered 3 puppets. Swish! Just as the Qingluan Emperor was about to attack the puppets, a rune flew over. You've just become a 7-star talisman master. You have some skills, but you're still too weak. The Clear Luan Emperor sneered with disdain in his eyes. There was not much fluctuation in his gaze. He waved his hand and a vast profound energy accompanied by runes surged out, destroying the runes that were attacking him. Yi Wuming's figure appeared, his grey robes fluttering in the wind. His gaze was focused and his expression was grave. His eyes flashed as a vast amount of origin spirit energy rippled out and enveloped the Qingluan Emperor. An impressive origin spirit attack. The Qingluan Emperor's eyes were filled with fear. No one would not be afraid of an origin spirit attack. However, a strange rune revolved around him and blocked all of Medicine King Yi Wuming's origin spirit attack. You're still lacking by quite a bit. The Qingluan Emperor sneered disdainfully. With a single movement, he shot through the air like a blur and appeared before Yi Wuming in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a pulse of Xian Qi froze space. The vast energy trembled and immediately landed on Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming retreated, but the energy attack still landed on his shoulder with lightning speed. He was unable to dodge and his defenses were destroyed. Spurt, Yi Wuming was sent flying. As blood spurted from his mouth, he gritted his teeth and used his cauldron. With a blazing aura, Yi Wuming hurriedly used his cauldron, directly enveloping the Qingluan Emperor. Break! The Qingluan Emperor bellowed out and condensed a palm. Vast energy rippled and immediately slammed towards Yi Wuming's cauldron viciously. Bang! With a deep energy explosion, the cauldron and the palm collided fiercely like meteors. The energy from the talisman swept through the air, shaking the surrounding space. In the Stone City below, the streets and courtyards exploded one after another. Ka. Medicine King Yi Wuming was only a newly ascended 7-star talisman master after all. He was unable to do anything to the Qingluan Emperor even if he used his full strength. The Qingluan Emperor was a peak emperor of the Great Luan sect. His strength was abnormally terrifying. He was at the peak of perfection of the martial emperor realm and was basically half a step into the venerable realm. If not for the Qingluan Emperor's deliberate mockery, Yi Wuming would have found it even harder to contend against him. Poochie, the cauldron directly shattered and Yi Wuming was heavily injured. His body fell from the air and landed right outside the Du family's gate, creating a huge crater. Elder Yi, Du Zhenwu, Du Zhixiong and the other members of the Du family were worried. Someone immediately went up to support Yi Wuming. The entire Du family knew the identity of the Medicine King Yi Wuming. This dignified Medicine King definitely had an extraordinary relationship with the third young master. They were like family, and he was deeply respected in the Du family. In these years, the entire world society, including the desolate country, would not have achieved such results if not for Yi Wuming's painstaking efforts. He had given his all for the world society and the desolate country. At this moment, in the dusky stone city, in the depths of the shaking Du family, there were talisman scripts flickering in a cave on a mountain peak behind the mountain. In the cave, a figure sat cross-legged on a stone bed. His body was enveloped in 5-colored talisman scripts, and his aura emanated from his body. This figure was extremely strange. As the talisman scripts flickered, his face was actually constantly changing. His face changed from that of a child to that of an old man, and then back to that of a child. Everything was like reincarnation, circulating endlessly, causing the heaven and earth to faintly tremble. The face kept changing, but the only thing that did not change was that it was faintly a little wretched. Chapter 874. Let's go all out and protect the stone city. Someone from the Du family shouted angrily. The stone city was the capital of the desolate country and was the ancestral land of the Du family. You overestimate yourselves. The Qingluan emperor sneered with disdain. His terrifying aura rippled as he waved his hand. Countless runes surged and swept down like lightning. The Du family members were knocked down from the sky, and some of their bodies were shattered. Protect the stone city and the desolate country. The Yi family patriarch, Yi Baolin, shouted. Following the Yi family experts, they gritted their teeth and rushed out. The Yi family, the stone city, and the desolate country had long been one. Protect the stone city and the desolate country. The experts from the Bai family and other families also rushed out. Many of them swept across the sky. Spiritual weapons were used. Flashes of runes burst out from the sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. Bang! 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 But the result was the same. With a raise of his hand, the Qingluan emperor swept away the figures. Many of them were blasted into pieces. Bloody mist poured out. It was a shocking scene. Bastard, let's go together. The stone city is in trouble again. Let's go. Within the stone city, someone shouted with bloodshot eyes to protect the stone city. Everyone knew they were no match for the Qingluan emperor, but they still went all out. The bloody mist did not make the people of the stone city afraid. Instead, it aroused the anger in their hearts. Let's go all out and protect the stone city. The residents of the stone city erupted. Rune energy covered the sky and rushed toward the Qingluan emperor and the old emperor Qingfanshi. Just a bunch of ants. They were just ordinary residents of the stone city. Although their cultivation had increased greatly in the past few years, how could they be a match for the old emperor Qingfanshi and the Qingluan emperor? They were slaughtered with a raise of their hands. In a short time, the entire stone city was dyed red with blood. Blood flowed like a river. This was a pure massacre. Mournful screams rang out incessantly. Dark red blood splattered everywhere. The broken walls of the stone city were dyed red. It was a ghastly sight. Let's fight to the death. Countless residents of the stone city were furious. Their eyes were bloodshot. Looking at the scene of blood flowing like a river, the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Everyone's eyes were filled with rage, and their blood was boiling. Bang bang. Taking advantage of the chaos, the mysterious Wirm King, the blue flame red leopard, and the other enormous bodies were also heavily injured and smashed down. All the experts in the stone city came out, but even they couldn't contend against the Clear Luan Emperor and the old Emperor Qingfanshi. The difference in their cultivation was too great. Retreat, quickly retreat. Medicine King Yi Wuming stared at the sky and shouted. His voice rumbled in the air as he said to the Du family, "Everyone, prepare to retreat. Everyone from the Du family will leave and enter the dark forest." Bang bang bang. The old Emperor Qingfanshi and the Qingluan Divine Emperor attacked one after another. Their gazes were cold and sinister as they began their massacre. The bodies of the surrounding stone city residents were sent flying, and there were people who were directly blasted into bloody mist and meat paste. It was extremely cruel. Bang bang. In midair, someone's bones were crushed and blood spurted out. This was a bloodbath in Stone City. It was cruel and bloody. To the residents of Stone City, facing experts like the old emperor and the Qingluan divine emperor, they were basically powerless. The Qingluan divine emperor and the old emperor's expressions changed slightly. They seemed to be surprised by the reaction of the people of Stone City. They had underestimated the ferocity and bloodthirst of the people of Stone City. Fight! Fight to the last person. The people of Stone City rose up and resisted. Blood flowed like a river, but it also stimulated the people of Stone City to fight to the death. The people of Stone City had ferocious expressions. Their xian qi surged, and their eyes were blood red. They continuously pounced on the old emperor and the Qingluan divine emperor. However, the outcome was the same. There were people who fell constantly, and miserable wails were incessant. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Leave behind the bloodline of Stone City. Looking at the scene before him, Medicine King Yi Wuming's eyes were scarlet red. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His grey robe fluttered, and his dispirited aura surged again. His figure swept across the sky as his roar rumbled like thunder. Only then did the figures pouncing out from all directions stop in their tracks. Retreat! All of you, retreat! Medicine King Yi Wuming shouted. His eyes were blood red as he stared fiercely at the Qingluan divine emperor in front of him. Retreat! Leave behind the bloodline of Stone City. Finally, an elder of Stone City shouted. His eyes were scarlet red as he ordered the people of Stone City to retreat. He wanted to leave behind the bloodline of Stone City. Humph! Little Stone City, a bunch of ants. The Qingluan divine emperor sneered. He looked down at the blood-soaked Stone City without any pity. In this world where strength was respected, the Qingluan divine emperor was an expert of the Great Luan sect. Why would he pity a small stone city? The lives of the weak were lowly existences in his eyes. One day, someone will make you pay for everything that happened today. Medicine King Yi Wuming looked directly at the Qingluan divine emperor. His eyes were overflowing with coldness as he shouted coldly, "No matter who you are, I will make you pay 100 times for every drop of blood that flowed out of Stone City today. You overestimate yourself. Die as well." The Qingluan divine emperor sneered disdainfully as he slowly shook his head. His aura surged, causing the surrounding space to distort slightly. Then, he appeared in front of Yi Wuming eerily. Sizzle! At the same time, Qing Fancher charged towards the graveyard outside the Du family. Dragon Qi surged from his body, turning into a golden dragon that swept towards the rune formation around the graveyard. Qing Fancher could sense that the treasure came from within the rune formation. The treasure of Stone City was there. He wanted to destroy the rune formation and obtain the treasure of Stone City. This was also the reason why he had come. Die! As the Qingluan divine emperor appeared before Yi Wuming's origin spirit trembled. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped the surroundings. The Qingluan divine emperor's palm strike was about to land on Yi Wuming's chest. At this moment, Yi Wuming was unable to fight back, nor was he able to dodge. The difference in strength was far too great. The Qingluan divine emperor was already half a step into the sovereign level. There was a world of difference between him and Yi Wuming's current strength. "I'm afraid your strength is nowhere near enough if you want him to die." Just as the Qingluan divine emperor's palm strike was about to land on Yi Wuming's chest, a voice rang out nonchalantly, echoing through the air above Stone City. At that moment, a terrifying aura spread out from within the Du family, causing everyone's souls to tremble. Just as the voice rang out, a figure mysteriously appeared before Medicine King Yi Wuming. With the appearance of this figure, everyone's souls trembled for no reason. The world also shook invisibly. At the same time, the figure did not seem to move at all, but the palm strike that had been aimed at Medicine King Yi Wuming directly dispersed, disappearing into shattered inscriptions. Shock flooded the Qingluan divine emperor's heart when he saw this. His gaze changed drastically, and he immediately raised his head to look at the figure that had suddenly appeared. It was a man who seemed to be in his 50s, but he seemed extremely young. His face, which seemed rather wretched no matter how one looked at it, possessed a charm that was unlikely to appear on such a wretched face. The sudden change stunned the entire stone city. Everyone gasped when they saw that the Medicine King was fine. They relaxed. Medicine Sovereign and Dr. Wuming were also shocked. The figure that had suddenly appeared in front of them, and the aura he exuded made his primordial spirit tremble. It was as if he was facing an insurmountable mountain. Wuming vaguely felt a sense of familiarity from the figure's presence. "Who are you?" The Qingluan Divine Emperor felt uneasy when he sensed the terrifying presence from the figure. He had never thought that there would be such an expert in the tiny stone city. "You're not worthy to know who I am, but from the presence of your cultivation method, you seem to be from the Great Luan sect." The burly man looked at the city covered in blood and a hint of coldness appeared on his wretched face. He said, "Break one of your arms and scram. It won't be long before someone takes your life. However, that person isn't suitable for me." The corner of the Qingluan Divine Emperor's eyes twitched when he heard that. He stared at the man and said, "You know I'm from the Great Luan sect, yet you still act so arrogantly. Looks like you're tired of living. So what if you're from the Great Luan sect? You're just one of them on the Central Plain. Spirit Heaven Valley, the Immeasurable sect, the Profound Talisman sect, and the Ancient Heaven sect are all on par with you. Even if those reclusive old fellows from the Great Luan sect see me, they won't dare to do anything to me. How laughable for an ant like you to threaten me." The man sneered. The coldness in his triangular eyes became colder and colder. "What shameless boasting!" The Qingluan Divine Emperor was stunned before he sneered. Was there really an expert in a stone city? The Qingluan Divine Emperor's face sank. He formed a hand seal with a wave of his hand, and a terrifying light from inscriptions permeated his fist. Boom! A pressure seeped out from the heavens and the earth, bringing with it an energy pressure that was as vast as the ocean. It shook the world. At this moment, the Qingluan Royal Emperor's fist was like a meteorite as it blasted towards the burly man in front of him with chilling killing intent. In the face of such a frightening punch, the surrounding gazes became extremely grave. Everyone could feel how terrifying that punch was. It was like a meteor falling from the 9 heavens, crashing into the world. It was enough to shatter the stone city into ruins. The man's expression was calm as usual, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. He raised his head slightly and flicked his sleeves. Walala! Suddenly, the space in the area trembled. A terrifying aura spread out from the man's sleeves, distorting the sky above the stone city. This scene caused countless gazes in the surroundings to be aghast. After that, the runes on the former's fist, which was as frightening as a meteorite, disappeared without a trace. They turned into fragments and disappeared without a trace in the air. The Qingluan Divine Emperor's eyes were filled with shock. He revealed his fist, and his pupils shrank. Fear crept up from the bottom of his heart. It's 6:00. There's an update today, but brothers, save it for tomorrow. I reckon Lil, you will be writing until 2 or 3:00. Chapter 875. Qi La, the burly man's figure pierced through space. The burly man's figure was distorted. Then, under many shocked gazes, he raised his hand and grabbed the Clear Luan Royal Emperor's fist. The space around the Clear Luan Royal Emperor's fist was twisted like a fried dough twist. At this moment, the Qingluan Emperor's astonished gaze froze in horror. Although I've only taken half of that step, I wouldn't take you seriously even if you were a peak Nirvana martial saint. Moreover, you're only half a step away from reaching the martial saint realm. You're just an ant. His indifferent voice was filled with coldness that lingered in the air above the stone city. As he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the Clear Luan Royal Emperor's hand. Crack crack, under countless shocked gazes, the burly man clenched his fist and the twisted space instantly shattered. One of the Clearluan royal emperor's arms cracked and turned into a bloody mist. The bloody mist spread to his shoulder. Ah! The Clearluan royal emperor let out a miserable shriek as his arm shattered into a bloody mist. He couldn't resist at all. Roar! In front of the Du family's gate, in front of the graveyard, the giant golden dragon's shadow destroyed the talisman array. Above the graveyard, energy rays shot into the sky. The aura of treasures soared into the sky, illuminating the dusky sky. A mere martial emperor dares to covet the items of the stone city? You're courting death. The burly man waved his hand and a gust of energy pierced through space. The surroundings were distorted and instantly enveloped the giant golden dragon. The energy pierced through space and shattered the golden dragon's shadow in the sky above the graveyard. The shattered golden runes flickered in the sky. Humph! The giant golden dragon's shadow dissipated. The old Emperor Qingfancher staggered and groaned. He was clearly injured. The old Emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire, right? I sensed it in the palace back then. However, the Stone City isn't something a mere martial emperor can touch. The burly man waved his hand again. Coldness filled his eyes as he slapped the space in the distance. At this moment, the old Emperor Qingfancher's figure was still staggering backwards. On his aged face, an unavoidable palm imprint suddenly fell. Pa! The crisp sound of a slap rang out. Old Emperor Qingfancher spat out a mouthful of blood and a broken tooth. His body flew into the distance like a kite with its string cut. The entire stone city suddenly fell silent. The scene before their eyes shocked countless people. No one in the stone city had thought that there would be such a terrifying expert in their city. That terrifying strong man was like an ant to a martial royal realm strong man. I'll help you keep your lives today. In the future, there will definitely be people who will come and take your lives personally. Go back and ask those old fellows in the Great Will sect. See if anyone still remembers me as the Holy Array Prodigy. I'm sure everyone knows the consequences of provoking me. The burly man looked at the Clearluan royal emperor with his inverted triangular eyes. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. They couldn't be compared at all. Hearing that, the Clearluan royal emperor felt as if he had been pardoned. Terror filled his eyes as he immediately flew away. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Whoosh! At this moment, the old emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire, Qingfancher, fled much faster than the Clearluan royal emperor. He had already used the momentum to fly away. Phew! Seeing as the two rulers fled in panic like stray dogs, gasps could be heard coming from the surroundings of the stone citadel. Holy Array Prodigy. Medicine King Yi Wuming murmured as if he was thinking of something. However, he couldn't remember it at the moment. The burly man looked around the stone city with a cold glint in his eyes. Then, he looked at the residents of the stone city and said softly, "It won't be long before someone takes revenge for what happened today. Everyone, pack up. No one will dare to invade the stone city again." His voice echoed in the sky above the stone city. Then, the burly man flew to the sky above the cemetery outside the Du family. The burly man's hand seals changed. Terrifying runes began to move in his palm. They channeled the energy of the world, causing the energy in the sky to tremble violently and gather toward the stone city. Rumble, a total of 32 array flags condensed in the burly man's palm. At this moment, the entire stone city trembled violently. Outside the stone city, the entire Savage Beast mountain range trembled. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A terrifying pressure descended on the stone city. All living beings prostrated themselves before it. In the distant dark city in the dark forest, an old woman in her 80s seemed to have sensed something. She raised her head slightly and looked in the direction of the stone city. Her wrinkled face was filled with confusion and surprise. Then, she disappeared from where she was. 32 array flags. That's an 8-star perfect array. In the sky above the stone city, Yao Huang and Dr. Wuming's pale faces were filled with shock and disbelief. That burly man actually condensed and set up a perfect 8-star talisman formation with a raise of his hand. How terrifying of an expert was that? In the dark space, there was a large canyon terrain with huge rocks scattered around. There were many strange plants in the surroundings. Black mist surged, embellishing the dark blood aura. It spread in the space, making one's soul feel oppressed. On a huge rock, a tall young man in purple soft armor with a rather strange appearance stood. He quietly looked ahead. Not long after, in the deep canyon in front of him, a terrifying blood aura burst out. Then, a blood-black shadow suddenly swept out. The rocks where it landed exploded. A huge illusory demonic beast appeared. This was a ferocious illusory demonic beast that looked like a wolf and a tiger. Its terrifying aura was very powerful. Its energy fluctuated. Its eyes were blood-red, and its body was covered in black mist runes. You finally came out. So this is your nest. Du Xiaofu murmured as he stared at the demonic beast that was neither a wolf nor a tiger. What appeared in front of him was also a type of evil spirit. It was condensed from the souls of countless demonic beasts that had fallen. They could also devour spiritual souls to grow stronger. In this sealed ancient land, there were countless types of evil spirits. However, all of them were evil creatures. Generally speaking, these evil spirits did not have much intelligence. They only knew how to kill and devour. For these evil spirits, the freshest spiritual soul energy fluctuation on ordinary living creatures was a supplement and temptation that they could not refuse. Whoosh whoosh, with the appearance of this ferocious demonic beast that looked like a wolf and a tiger, hundreds of figures suddenly swept out from the surrounding canyon. Waves of hidden aura spread out. Several figures came forward to seal off the surrounding space. They were Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Sun Wu, Shi Tu, Wuma Sheng, Yu Bai, Tao Yu, and others. This big guy seems to be quite powerful. It's only been half a month and there's already such a powerful evil spirit among these evil spirits. Looking at the beast-shaped evil spirit before him, Dong Lijiao's eyes were filled with fear. This evil spirit before him was definitely powerful. We've divided into several teams and killed quite a number of evil spirits. It took us 2 days to find this place. This evil spirit king's nest needs to be cleaned up. Lin Weiqi said. Her red clothes were like fire, emitting a blazing aura. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at the beast-shaped evil spirit. These evil creatures are too difficult to get rid of. They're also so powerful. Stone's simple and honest face was also filled with shock. It was not an easy task to completely destroy these evil creatures. Fortunately, in the past half a month, they had discovered many effective methods in practice. Apart from being completely destroyed by fire, these evil spirits were not strong enough to be destroyed by the energy of extreme yang. Therefore, in these days, the disciples of the 7-star hall had formed a tacit understanding. Once they encountered these evil spirits, they would form a formation of 3 to 5 people. Some of them would take action to suppress them. In the end, those who could use fire ultimacy or those who cultivated pure yang energy would take action to completely destroy them. In the process of cooperation, the fear in everyone's heart was reduced when they encountered evil spirits. They were already able to deal with them calmly. In this half a month, the disciples of the 7-star hall had cleaned up quite a number of evil creatures. There were thousands of them. Along the way, they had also obtained many elixirs. They had even seen talismans and ordinary Tao artifacts. As hundreds of disciples of the 7-star hall appeared, the beast-shaped evil spirit looked around. Its blood-red eyes were filled with a cold, empty ferocious light. Woo woo, then, the beast-shaped evil spirit looked at the sky and roared, emitting an ear-piercing sound. Woo woo, suddenly, the canyon terrain began to tremble. Black fog rose into the sky and spread out from not far away. Rumble, then, all kinds of beast-shaped evil spirits rushed out. There were no less than 300 of them, and they all clustered behind the beast-shaped evil spirit. "Oh no, we have already killed hundreds of them in the past 2 days. Why are there still so many of them here?" Looking at the densely packed evil spirits, Stone's eyes were filled with shock. This evil spirit king seems to have gained intelligence. Lin Weiqi was surprised and vigilant. She felt that the beast-shaped evil spirit king in front of her seemed to have gained intelligence. This evil spirit king has indeed gained intelligence. It deliberately lured us here and treated us as prey. It is waiting for us to set up a trap. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed forward. The evil spirit king in front of him indeed showed signs of gaining intelligence. This made Du Xiaofu feel a little solemn. Then, he said to the disciples around him, "Everyone, step back. Leave it to me. Today's update has been completed. Readers who have not slept yet, rest early after reading." Chapter 876. Wu, sensing Du Xiaofu's approach, the wolf-tiger-like evil spirit king roared at him with a ferocious gaze. Wu, suddenly, behind the evil spirit king, there were several beast-shaped evil spirits with extremely powerful auras. They ferociously pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Bang bang bang. Low muffled sounds continued to ring out. As Du Xiaofu waved his hand, a purple flame swept out, bringing with it a pressure that caused the blood-red eyes of those evil beast-shaped evil spirits to fluctuate. A kind of fear that came from the depths of their souls fluctuated. Then, under the sweep of the purple flame, they directly exploded and were destroyed, unable to condense again. Wu, as if sensing Du Xiaofu's strength, the wolf-tiger-like evil spirit king roared. Boom! The wolf-tiger-like evil spirit king directly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Its huge body seemed to have materialized. A majestic aura erupted, and the huge rock under its feet exploded and cracked. Its huge body quickly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. Its sharp claws slashed towards Du Xiaofu's throat. This was the evil spirit king's claw. Wherever the claw passed, black fog surged. The bloody aura caused one's soul to tremble. Seeing the claw coming towards him, Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask had a faint smile. He moved his feet slightly, and his strength rose from the ground. The rock under his feet cracked, and a purple flame fist directly collided with it. Boom! With a low muffled sound, the evil spirit king's huge body was forced back. Its claws were directly shattered, and a large piece of rock on the ground exploded. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu did not move at all. He was like a boulder. Young master's physical body is too terrifying. Jiao Dongli's eyes were filled with shock. He had never submitted to anyone, even Lin Weiqi was no exception. But ever since the 7-Hall conference, everything had shaken him. The purple-armored youth in front of him actually had a physical body that was even stronger than his own. And what made Jiao Dongli even more shocked was the tall youth in front of him in the Divine Thunder Mountain. He was fearless in the face of the Divine Light Court, and killed Xiao Hui as if he was nothing. He was decisive, fierce, and domineering. At this moment, in this sealed ancient land, Jiao Dongli was able to see the young master's true strength. In the past half a month, the strength that the purple-armored young man had displayed had already completely shocked all the disciples of the 7 Stars Palace. His techniques were endless, and all of them were great techniques and great profundities that others yearned for. In the hands of the purple-armored youth, those profound meanings and profound skills could be executed with a wave of his hand. His true was the young master Yi's his physical body's his. Third young master's physical body is too terrifying. In here, we can't use talisman weapons or Dao weapons. Who else can compete with third young master's physical body? I'm afraid only those legendary ancient demonic beast bloodlines, and the top demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list can pose a threat to third young master. Hearing Jiao Dongli's shocked mutterings, Stone chimed in. There was a helpless look in his eyes. In here, they could not use any external force. This made Stone somewhat helpless. As far as he knew, his demon-slaying axe had an ancient mysterious power, and was also the nemesis of those evil creatures. It could slay demons and eliminate demons, but now it could not be used. Wu. The evil spirit king was forced to retreat. He immediately roared, and the claw that had just been destroyed began to condense and grow again. Woo woo. Following the evil spirit king's roar, the hundreds of demonic beasts and evil spirits around suddenly rushed toward Du Xiaofu with blood-red eyes. Looking at the hundreds of evil spirits, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a faint chill. Then, there were flashes of lightning in his eyes. Rumble. In mid-air, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. As the black fog surged, a series of heart-palpitating thunderbolts suddenly flashed down from high up in the sky, covering the entire canyon. The hundreds of beast-shaped evil spirits were also stunned at this moment. The innate fear that came from the depths of their souls surged out, and their bodies trembled. Chi la la. The bodies of the demonic beasts and evil spirits were then destroyed by the falling thunderbolts, unable to condense again. Huff huff. Hundreds of evil spirits were turned into ashes under the terrifying thunderbolts. All the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall could only suck in a breath of cold air. The terrifying power of the thunderbolts was really terrifying. Woo! Under the aura of the thunderbolts, the evil spirit king's eyes were filled with fear. He then turned around and fled, not daring to stay any longer. Chi! A burst of pressure descended, and a dazzling rune beam pierced through the body of the evil spirit king as if it had pierced through space. Then, it turned into a stalk of grass and swept out. That was the nether insight grass, used to suppress some evil spirits. Chi la la. The body of the evil spirit king dissipated, and the black fog drifted, turning into ashes. The hundreds of evil spirits were all wiped out, and no one even had to make a move. The surrounding disciples of the Seven-Star Hall could only be dumbfounded and shocked. However, the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall were no longer surprised by all this in the past half a month. They had long gotten used to it. In this sealed ancient land, to the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall, the young hall master in front of them was like a wild wolf on the plains, a fierce tiger on the mountain, and an eagle in the sky. He was ferocious, strange, sharp, and cunning all in one. All kinds of terrifying means appeared on the young hall master, and everyone was already used to it. At most, they were a little surprised. It's all settled. Continue to be careful. Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal and said to the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. Although he had easily killed these evil spirits, Du Xiaofu was not happy at all at this moment. The deeper they went into the sealed ancient land, Du Xiaofu found that the cultivation of these evil spirits was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, the number of evil spirits was also increasing. Often, there would be dozens or hundreds of them. If they encountered some small groups with weak strength, it was enough to destroy them and turn them into tonics and nourishment. It was no wonder that every time they entered the sealed ancient land, there would be many extraordinary young people in the Central Plains who died. In half a month, although they had obtained a lot of spiritual herbs and treasures, they had not obtained the Yin spiritual crystal. There was also no news of the Yin spiritual crystal, which made Du Xiaofu feel even more dignified. For Du Xiaofu, this time, he must obtain the Yin spiritual crystal. Otherwise, he would have to wait 30 years before his master, the revered weapon master, could recover. After a while, the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall reorganized a little, left the canyon, and continued to go deeper. Along the way, they also encountered some other young men and women. In this sealed ancient land, where there were no rules, no one dared to provoke the Seven-Star Hall. Firstly, the seven-star hall had a large number of disciples and was a colossus in the Central Plains, second only to the 9 great forces. Moreover, in the Divine Thunder Mountain Range, the weapon emperor of the seven-star hall, Xiao Feng, had taken revenge in the hands of the Divine Light Court and killed Xiao Hui, who was at the martial royal realm. That scene was still fresh in everyone's mind, so no one dared to provoke Du Xiaofu. When everyone saw the disciples of the seven-star hall, they hid far away, afraid that the disciples of the seven-star hall would deliberately make things difficult for them. There were also some people who wanted to join the disciples of the seven-star hall, but they were all rejected by Du Xiaofu and could only leave resentfully. As they went deeper into the sealed ancient land, the strength of the evil spirits became stronger and stronger. There were also various kinds of strange evil spirits that emerged in an endless stream. This made the disciples of the seven-star hall see many extraordinary young men and women who were seriously injured along the way. Everyone also heard some rumors that spread in this place, saying that someone had obtained the inheritance of an expert. When this news spread, it immediately made countless young men and women, who were already afraid of the evil spirits, excited, as if they had been injected with a cardiac stimulant. In the following days, more and more evil spirits appeared. In addition to the human-shaped evil spirits and beast-shaped evil spirits, there were also some strange plant remnants that formed evil demon spirits. These demon spirits were more difficult to deal with than the evil spirits. In the outside world, in the main hall of the ancient heaven sect, Sima Taxing's glassy eyes trembled slightly with unconcealable shock. He said, "The sacred array prodigy. I didn't expect that terrifying existence to still be alive. He's actually that kid's sworn brother. It seems that kid really hid his strength well back then. Sect Master, is the sacred array prodigy really that terrifying?" Protector Hao seemed to be a little curious, but he didn't doubt the sacred array prodigy's strength at all. According to the information Protector Hao received, the sacred array prodigy's strength was absolutely terrifying. He had set up a perfect 8-star array prodigy in the Stone City, making the entire Stone City as stable as a mountain at any time. The 8-star array prodigy had only been set up by him with a wave of his hand. It was already slightly inferior to the ancient heaven sect's mountain guarding array. With such terrifying strength, how could Protector Hao doubt the sacred array prodigy's strength? According to the records, the sacred array prodigy Zhen Qingchun was already famous in the Central Plains 600 years ago. It's just that no one knows where the sacred array prodigy came from. It's as if he suddenly appeared in the Central Plains. There was also a rumor that the sacred array prodigy's attainments in talisman arrays were so high that even Feiyu, the palace master of the Merak Palace, who was famous in talisman arrays more than 1,000 years ago, would find it difficult to tell who was better. Sima Taxing Xing paused for a moment and smiled. He continued to speak to Protector Hao. Back then, the sacred array prodigy, Zhen Qingchun, in addition to the Spirit Sky Valley, challenged the talisman masters of 1 valley, 2 sects, 3 sects, and 3 schools. Even our ancient heaven sect was challenged by him. Chapter 877. That holy array prodigy's attainments in talisman arrays were so high that even our ancient heaven sect's grand elder couldn't do anything to him. He won all the challenges from the talisman masters of the 8 great forces, and he was at most 40 years old at that time. The prodigy's attainments in talisman arrays are really powerful. Hearing this, Protector Hao's gaze immediately became somewhat stunned. At the age of 40, he had defeated all the talisman masters of the 8 great powers of the Central Plains. Many mountain sects had probably sent a few great elders, so it was obvious just how terrifying this child prodigy's attainments in talisman formations were. He's more than powerful. Sima Taxing smiled and said, "It is said that when Zhen Qingchun appeared in the Central Plains, the first sect he challenged was the Great Luan sect. However, the prodigy was not well known in the Central Plains, so the Great Luan sect ignored him. In the end, Zhen Qingchun was so angry that he set up a terrifying array in front of the Great Luan sect's mountain gate and sealed it. What happened in the end? Protector Hao was interested. Only Zhen Qingchun dared to set up a talisman array in front of the Great Luan sect's mountain gate. In the end, many experts of the Great Luan sect entered to break the array. Many experts were killed in the array, including many famous talisman masters of the Great Luan sect. In the Great Luan sect, a great elder entered the array and was trapped for 3 days and 3 nights. He couldn't break the array. In the end, several great elders of the Great Luan sect came out together. The prodigy put away the talisman array and left after saying that the Great Luan sect was just as so. Since then, Zhen Qingchuan's name has been known in the Central Plains. Sima Taxing raised his head slightly with shock in his eyes. He said softly, however, the prodigy didn't become famous in the Central Plains because of the battle at the mountain gate of the Great Luan sect. Back then, there were 2 first-rate forces in the Central Plains. Both of them had several honorable realm experts. Because they wanted to recruit the Sacred Array prodigy to their mountain sects, the Sacred Array prodigy Wuxia and the 2 mountain sects secretly joined forces. They planned to ambush the Sacred Array prodigy Zhen Qingchun and steal his treasure. In the end, the Sacred Array prodigy Zhen Qingchun saw through their plan. In a fit of anger, he threw down a talisman array in each of the 2 mountain sects and left. And then? Protector Hao asked, blinking his bulging eyes. There was some shock in Sima Taxing's smiling eyes. He said, then the 2 mountain sects completely disappeared from the Central Plains. It is said that the 2 mountain sects had 5 venerable realm cultivators and no less than 200 martial royal realm cultivators. They were all killed in the talisman formation. At least 100,000 disciples were killed. From then on, the name of the Saint Array prodigy truly shook the central state. No one dared to provoke him again. In private, more people actually called him the Saint Array prodigy or Saint Array ghost child. The arrays he set up were incomparably strange and unpredictable. They were too powerful. But for some reason, the prodigy disappeared in the Central Plains. I didn't expect the prodigy of the Holy Array to be so terrifying. It seems that he is not someone to be trifled with. Protector Hao couldn't help but feel shocked. 100,000 disciples, nearly 200 martial royal realm experts, and 5 venerable realm experts were all killed in the talisman array. How terrifying was that? But now, the terrifying prodigy of the Holy Array had appeared in the Stone City. He was also Du Xiaofu's sworn brother. The prodigy of the Holy Array has appeared in the Stone City. It can protect the barren country. The Great Luan sect is not easy to provoke. It has been 700 years. They don't know how powerful the prodigy of the Holy Array has become. Sima Taxing's eyes moved. The prodigy of the Holy Array was enough to protect the barren country. Lord, the Stone Dragon Empire really did attack the Stone City. They killed many people. According to the news, the Stone City was covered in blood. It was very tragic. The Du family also lost many people. All the experts of the world society were seriously injured. The medicine king Yi Wuming was also injured in the primordial spirit. Protector Hao's eyes flickered. He looked at Sima Taxing as if he was waiting for something and hesitating. Then he said, the prodigy of the Holy Array deliberately let the old emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire and the Clear Luan emperor of the Great Luan sect go. He said that someone will take revenge in the future. Sima Taxing Xing lowered his head slightly as if he was thinking about something. Then, he lifted his head slightly and a fierce glint flashed across his glass-like eyes. Killing intent filled the air as he said to Protector Hao in a deep voice, what the Du family and the desolate country do is their business. What I say doesn't count. I reckon that the Stone Dragon Empire must be on guard at this moment. Most likely, there will be experts from the Great Luan sect guarding it. It is said that the imperial chi of the Stone Dragon Empire is not easy to deal with. Many people have been coveting it. I will ask the inner elders to go to the Stone Dragon Empire. You arrange for the others to destroy the Stone Dragon Empire as soon as possible. I want to see what the Great Luan sect dares to do to our ancient heaven sect. I will arrange it properly. Of course, I won't embarrass the ancient heaven sect. Protector Hao nodded and immediately left. Stone Dragon Empire, you're courting death. Who gave you the courage to do this? As Protector Hao left, Sima Taxing Xing stood with his hands behind his back. His glass-like eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he murmured, the prodigy of the Holy Array held back. If the legend is true, it doesn't seem like the prodigy of the Holy Array. And that weapon Emperor Qiao Feng, boy, could it really be you? In the vast dim mountain range, there were occasional flashes of purple gold lightning. Bang! In a strange lush forest, a purple flame swept down. A terrifying demon spirit let out ear-piercing cries as it was burned into nothingness by the purple flame. In the end, it was reduced to ashes by the impact. As the demon spirit turned into nothingness, a tall young man in purple soft armor with a square box on his back appeared in the forest. His eyes under the mask were cold. Whoosh whoosh, after a while, many figures swept over from all directions. The first few figures approached the tall young man in purple soft armor. They were Lin Weiqi, Dong Lidiao, Stone, and the others from the Seven-Star Hall. At this moment, many disciples of the Seven-Star Hall had some bloodstains on their bodies. Their auras were quite chaotic, and some of them were seriously injured. We finally killed them all. There were too many demon spirits in this batch. Sun Wu's eyes were still filled with lingering fear. The dense demon spirit army suddenly rushed out and caught them off guard. The demon spirit army, which only knew how to kill and devour, treated them as delicious tonics. It was too difficult to deal with. We have already lost 10 disciples. Lin Weiqi's beautiful eyes were filled with regret. Although they had the protection of the young hall master along the way and were in less danger than the others, there were still 10 disciples of the Seven-Star Hall who had died. Rest well for a few hours. Everyone, recover from your injuries first. We will set off when the time comes. Du Xiaofu said. They had been here for a month. Even with his protection, they had still lost 10 disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. And this was only a month. They had been here for half a year. The deeper they went into the sealed ancient land, the stronger the evil spirits were. Their future days would be even more difficult. After a while, the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall arrived at a quiet mountain peak and began to adjust their breathing. Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and personally took care of them. Looking at the hundreds of disciples of the Seven-Star Hall, Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered under his mask. These people were brought in by him. No matter what, he had to do his best to protect them. It would be best if he could reduce the number of casualties. However, in this month, some disciples had also picked up some good opportunities, which comforted Du Xiaofu. Until now, there was still no news of the Yin spiritual crystal. Whoosh whoosh, little Xingxing climbed onto Du Xiaofu's shoulder and looked into the distance with his golden eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Why did you come out? Are you hungry again? Du Xiaofu looked sideways at little Xingxing and asked. In this month, although all the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall were surprised by little Xingxing's existence, they did not express it too much. Your body stinks of sweat. It smells so bad. I won't go into your arms in the future. Little Xingxing's childish voice was crisp. Then, he looked sideways at Du Xiaofu and said, Father, I really feel that there is an aura in there. It is very familiar, but I just can't remember it. Then think more. Maybe you can remember something. Du Xiaofu could not help but believe little Xingxing's words. This prodigal white-eyed dragon's origin was not simple. He was originally full of mysteries. Maybe there is really something in this sealed ancient land, and it might be related to little Xingxing. Don't think about it anymore. It gives me a headache. Little Xingxing glanced at Du Xiaofu. His eyes rolled and his childish voice instantly became much gentler. He said softly, "Father, I'm hungry. I shouldn't have brought you back." Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at little Xingxing. However, he had already taken out the elixir in his hand. It was not a low-level elixir, and it was a treasure that was worth cities in the outside world. "Stingy," little Xingxing said softly. He opened his mouth and chewed the elixir. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. Then, he gently leaned on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and turned his little body. He closed his eyes slightly, as if he was about to fall asleep. "It's a loss-making business," Du Xiaofu muttered. He raised his hand slightly and gently stroked little Xingxing on his shoulder. His eyes were filled with a greeting smile. "There is still one more update today. It should be very late, but it won't be late." Chapter 878. In the dark space, the auras of 20 figures surged. Terrifying runes soared into the sky and their auras caused the surrounding space to tremble. Rumble, a terrifying aura exploded as a huge silver-winged demonic condor hovered in the air. Golden runes flashed on the silver-winged demonic condor's body. Its aura had already reached the initial stage of the martial emperor realm. However, the silver-winged demonic condor's body hovered in the air as it was tightly bound by black vines that were 10 arms long. The black fog on the black vines surged like black lightning. Accompanied by the energy of heaven and earth, it tightly bound the silver-winged demonic condor. No matter how the silver-winged demonic condor struggled, it couldn't break free. Below the silver-winged demonic condor's body, there were over 20 young men and women who were tightly bound. The runes on their bodies flashed and their profound chi surged out, but they couldn't break free. "We're all trapped. Quickly think of a way." A black vine covered in runes and blood-fiendish aura tightly coiled around the body of a graceful woman, outlining her originally curvaceous and alluring figure. "That damned demon spirit. It's too strong. How could we have encountered it?" A young man in a cloud robe was tightly bound by the black vines and couldn't break free. He was Du Yunlong, the vice president of the World Society. He was already a famous expert in the dark forest. However, under the black vine's tight binding, Du Yunlong couldn't break free even with all his strength. The strange energy within the black runes was able to devour the life force within a person's body. A young man from the Du family was tightly bound by the black tree vines. His blood was being sucked out of his body, and a miserable wail came from his throat. "Quickly use your meridian spirit. Don't hide it anymore." Du Xiaoman shouted as dazzling talisman markings instantly surged out from her entire body. Lightning flickered as a terrifying pressure was released from her graceful and delicate body. Her eyes were accompanied by flickering lightning that shook one's soul. Boom, 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 suddenly, a burst of aura swept out from the Du family like a wave of air. Chi chi. At this critical juncture, the young men and women of the Du family started to activate the awakened lightning martial veins in their bodies. Lightning raged in their eyes, as if there were lightning bolts shooting out. Du Yunlong, Du Hao, Du Gui, and the others were constantly surrounded by thunder and lightning. Their eyes were like lightning, and they looked very dignified. The auras they released from their bodies caused lightning to flash and thunder to rumble. Chi la la. The disciples of the Du family activated their thunder martial veins. The black vines that were originally incomparably powerful trembled in an instant, as if they had encountered something they feared the most, and instantly trembled. The blood-black tree vines were electrocuted and released the crowd and the silver-winged demonic condor. This demonic spirit seems to be afraid of lightning. "You guys hurry up and leave this place. I'll cover you." After breaking free from the black tree vines, Du Yunlong waved his hand. Lightning gathered in his palm, and endless power spread out from his body. A mysterious lightning power was awakened in Du Yunlong's body. Lightning flashed in all directions and surged toward the countless blood-black tree vines that stretched out from the blood-black cloud in midair. Chi la la. After the countless blood-black tree vines retreated as if they had been electrocuted, they attacked again. Boom! The terrifying tree vines covered the sky and the earth, and the spreading runes swept out, carrying a terrifying aura that was comparable to that of an extraordinary martial royal realm expert. It swept out in all directions like a tornado, and the tree vines swept out like a black hole, directly enveloping Du Yunlong. Chi, thunderbolts wreaked havoc around Du Yunlong's body as a frightening might swept out. Even though the tree vines were much stronger, they were so afraid that they did not dare to get too close to Du Yunlong. Therefore, they could only trap Du Yunlong within them. Oh no, that demonic spirit is too strong. The silver-winged demonic condor's sharp eyes were extremely serious. The tree vines spread out to envelop Du Yunlong, but they were powerless at the moment. This demonic spirit is afraid of the power of lightning. Let's activate our martial veins together. Du Xiaoman shouted and was about to rush into the air. Don't get close. That demonic spirit is too strong. Although it is afraid of lightning, it is not afraid of your strength. Once you get close, you will be trapped again. The silver-winged demonic condor stopped Du Xiaoman. That demonic spirit was too strong. What should we do? I'm afraid second brother can't hold on for long. Du Xiaoman was extremely worried. Boom! At this moment, the air trembled and a graceful girl in green appeared in midair. She waved her hand and a terrifying green-red flame swept out, directly wrapping around the black tree vines that enveloped Du Yunlong. The surging flames were accompanied by monstrous talisman engravings, erupting like a volcano. The high temperature of the flames caused people to crawl and wither in pain. A large area was wrapped in flames, as if it had formed a blazing sea of fire. The talisman engravings erupted, and the bloody aura of the blood-black tree vines soared to the sky. The black fog surged, but it was destroyed by the talisman engravings in the flames, barely able to resist the terrifying flames. However, the green-red flames were also unable to do anything to the blood-black tree vines at this moment. It's little Qing. She also came in. Looking at the girl in green who suddenly appeared in midair, Du Xiaoman's worried and grave eyes suddenly revealed a look of surprise. This demonic spirit is very strong and extremely extraordinary. It's difficult to deal with. Let me help you. A golden figure landed, and in an instant, golden light filled the sky. A huge golden ape with a sparkling and translucent body appeared in the air. Ao, the golden ape roared, and the golden talisman engravings evolved, communicating with the heavens and the earth. It gave people the feeling of the beginning of the world, the beginning of all things, causing the surrounding space to ripple violently. Then, it directly punched out, as if it could push the four directions and suppress everything. Bang! The golden fist landed, and a large area of blood-black tree vines was smashed, turning into smoke fragments. Are you a demonic beast? You don't look like a demonic spirit, but you also look like a demonic spirit. What exactly are you? How can you be so strong? A strange voice rang out from the black fog in midair, as if it was afraid of the golden ape. Ao. The golden ape did not reply, and directly punched towards the black fog. Wherever the fist passed, the space trembled, suppressing everything. Chi, the black fog violently trembled, and countless black tree vines retracted with lightning speed. Then, they turned into a bolt of lightning and directly flew away. As the blood-black tree vine demonic spirit fled, the golden ape did not chase after it. Its huge body shrunk, and the golden talisman engravings converged, turning into a baby-sized monkey. There was a faint golden imprint on its forehead, flickering like a flame. It was Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey body. This demonic spirit is not ordinary. It's the strongest demonic spirit I've seen so far. Du Xiaoyao jumped and landed on Du Xiaoqing's shoulder, and there was a hint of regret in her eyes. Whoosh! Little Tiger and Ouyang Shuang also flew over at this moment. Little Qing. Du Xiaoman immediately flew to Du Xiaoqing's side and said in surprise, "I thought you guys wouldn't make it in time. Junior sister Ouyang, you're here too. We just entered. Is everyone alright?" Du Xiaoqing smiled. They had taken some time to go around the Stone Dragon Empire. This place was vast, and Du Xiaoyao had been searching for treasures along the way, so she only found Du Xiaoman and the others at this moment. "I met little Qing, so we came together. Sister Xiaoman, are you guys alright?" Ouyang Shuang also smiled at Du Xiaoman. But at this moment, Ouyang Shuang's eyes were filled with unerasable shock. This place was filled with danger. Little Tiger, Du Xiaoyao, and little Qing had specially gone to the most dangerous places. Countless evil spirits were running around. Ouyang Shuang realized that if she entered this sealed ancient land alone, she wouldn't be able to go far. Du Xiaoman sighed and said to little Qing and Ouyang Shuang, "It's too dangerous here. Although we've obtained some benefits along the way, we've unfortunately lost 2 people. Follow me in the future. I'll do my best to protect everyone." Du Xiaoqing didn't say much. She had personally experienced the dangers in this 1 month. With the current strength of the Du family's younger generation, it was already very lucky that they had only lost 2 people after so long. Along the way, Du Xiaoqing had seen with her own eyes how hundreds of people had been destroyed by the evil spirit army. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Lightning flashed in his eyes. "Why is there a sudden movement in the martial vein?" Du Xiaofu muttered softly. For some reason, the thunder martial vein in his body suddenly fluctuated. Whine. At the same time, the purple-gold heavenly palace in the square box on Du Xiaofu's back trembled again, as though it was being pulled by something. "Everyone, be careful." A loud shout came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. In this month, Du Xiaofu had also understood that whenever a demon spirit approached, the purple-gold heavenly palace would be affected and react. Chi. As soon as Du Xiaofu's words left his mouth, the 7 Stars Hall's disciples, who were meditating and recuperating, opened their eyes. Their auras were awakened, and they quickly flew out and formed a defensive formation. Chapter 879. Woo, an ear-piercing cry was heard. A ferocious beast-shaped evil spirit appeared. It was obvious that it had gained intelligence. Its aura was at the level of the Beast Emperor realm. A murderous aura surged around it. Its ferocious body, which was dozens of feet long, ran as if it was running away. Its blood-red eyes were filled with fear. Then, it appeared before the eyes of the disciples of the 7-Star Hall. "If you go out, you will definitely be in a terrible situation. Since you came from this place, then you should disappear from this place." A calm voice was heard. At the same time, a figure descended from the sky. It was an extremely young man. He looked to be around 21 or 22 years old. He had a pair of eyes that were filled with divine light. They were like the stars in the sky, causing people to be unable to look away. The young man had a high nose bridge. He had fair and smooth skin. His face was as delicate as jade. However, he was bald. There were 9 ring scars on his head. They were like 9 mysterious runes that flickered with light. Although the young man was bald, he looked very handsome. Especially his scarlet brocade robe. There was a black belt around his waist and a pair of scarlet boots with golden edges on his legs. From afar, he looked like he was floating in the air. He was emitting an aura of supremacy. His scarlet robe fluttered in the wind. The young man looked like a god that had descended to earth. There was a faint luster flowing on his sparkling skin. His aura could calm one's soul and calm one's heart. Whoosh! The young man formed a seal with his hands. A golden light swept out like golden lightning and landed on the body of the fleeing evil spirit. Instantly, the evil spirit was destroyed. Whoosh whoosh, following the destruction of the beast-shaped demon spirit, hundreds of silhouettes appeared behind the bald youth. The auras of these young men and women were chaotic. They were in a sorry state. Some of them had bloodstains on their clothes and were panting. It seemed that they had just experienced a bloody battle. However, the auras of these hundreds of people were extremely powerful. Their overall strength was definitely not below that of the 7-star hall. They were even stronger than the disciples of the 7-star hall. It was obvious that the bald young man was not the only martial emperor realm cultivator among them. Such powerful strength. Du Xiaofu looked at the bald young man who had just attacked. His strength was definitely not simple. He could easily destroy an evil spirit that was comparable to a Beast Emperor realm mystical Beast Emperor realm. His strength was already at a terrifying level. That guy is so powerful. On the mountain, the disciples of the 7-star hall, who were waiting, relaxed. But when they saw the bald young man's attack, they were still shocked. By his attack. That's ninefold spirit of the immeasurable sect. He became an emperor 3 years ago. The outside world calls him ninefold spirit emperor. It's said that he's the first person in the immeasurable sect's 3,000 years of history to be able to cultivate the immeasurable sect's core cultivation technique, the Diamond Sutra. He's also the #1 person among the younger generation of the immeasurable sect. Spirit Nanana was. Is NNN's. NNN spirit Nings of. Spirit 9 spirit, spirits. Spirit. Spirit was spirit, that was spirit the spirit. Was spirit like an. Spirit. Spirit was spirit. Weapon Emperor of the 7-star hall, Xiao Feng. In mid-air, the light on the bald young man's body faded. His star-like eyes looked at Du Xiaofu, who was standing in front of the mountain. His eyes were shining with a clear radiance. Spirit of the boundless sect. Du Xiaofu's eyes under the mask were clear and bright. It was hard for him to imagine how a bald youth could be so handsome. He was comparable to Wuxia, Yin Machin, and the other good-looking fellows. More importantly, the indescribable aura on ninefold spirit's body was something that even Yin Machin and Wuxia could not compare to. 9 is the name my master left behind. Spirit 9 is my Dharma name in the boundless sect. Maybe we can become friends. Spirit 9 looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. Friends are better than enemies, Du Xiaofu replied with a smile. Spirit 9 said, the enemy of my enemy is naturally my friend. But in the end, if we meet, I won't give in to you. I hope to see you again in the end. I won't give in to you either. Du Xiaofu's eyes were smiling. There was a domineering brilliance in them. I'll wait for you. Also, be careful of John Doe. I met him a few days ago. He's looking for you all over the world. He seems to be very interested in you. After Jia Chongling finished speaking, he gestured to the people behind him, and they flew into the sky one by one. Who's John Doe? After watching Spirit 9 leave, Du Xiaofu asked Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, and Sun Chang. He's the #1 person among the younger generation of the intelligent sword sect. I've seen him once, but I've never fought with him. However, it's said that he's unfathomable. He's also a sword maniac. His cultivation in sword principle has long surpassed his peers. Even many elders of the intelligent sword sect are inferior to him, Dong Lijiao said. Dong Lijiao said. He had seen John Doe before, so he was more familiar with John Doe than the others. Intelligent sword sect. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. He didn't seem to have interacted with the people of the intelligent sword sect. He didn't know why John Doe was looking for him. After thinking for a while, Du Xiaofu shook his head slightly. He really couldn't remember how he had interacted with the intelligent sword sect, so he didn't think too much about it. Young lord, it seems that Spirit 9 is very smart. The immeasurable sect and the Great Luan sect have always been at odds. The Great Luan sect wants to rope in the Divine Light Court, but Spirit 9 seems to want to rope in Young Lord, Lin Weiqi said. Immeasurable sect, Great Luan sect, Du Xiaofu pondered for a while. Then, his eyes under the mask smiled faintly. He said, he's right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's go. Then, Du Xiaofu said to the people behind him. It had been a month, but there was still no news of the Yin spirit crystal. This made Du Xiaofu a little worried. Time passed again. Inside the sealed ancient land, there was a fierce battle. Countless evil spirits were massacred by the most powerful young people of the central continent. Countless evil creatures were killed every day. However, there were also many middle-aged and young people who died. The deeper they went into the sealed ancient land, the stronger the evil creatures were. Some of the kings of the evil creatures even began to develop intelligence. They were becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Kill. In a deep valley, a slender young man in a black robe was surrounded by dozens of evil spirits. This black-robed young man had a messy fringe and a pair of sharp eyes. Mysterious hand seals condensed and blurred afterimages swept out. A faint black energy suddenly whizzed out and turned into a wave of energy that swept out like the waves of the sea. Floating sky suppression. The black-robed young man shouted. His eyes suddenly revealed a sharp glint. Wave after wave of energy swept out, each more powerful than the previous one. His aura was turbulent, as if it could suppress everything. It could kill in the sky and directly destroy many evil spirits. Come. At this moment, there were far more than a dozen evil spirits in the deep valley. Not far away, a tall and handsome young man in a blue and white robe stepped across the void. A terrifying aura spread out from his body, and dazzling strange runes overflowed. This young man used his physical strength. A large area of the surrounding space was shattered. There seemed to be a talisman array condensing on the surface of his body, and the evil spirits were shattered into pieces. I woke up late today. Tomorrow is the new year. Although I'm celebrating the new year alone, I still need to buy some food. I'm afraid that I'll starve to death. So, Xiao Yu will go out to buy some things later. I'll only be able to write the rest of the update when I come back. Chapter 880. Kill. A ferocious and sharp energy swept out in all directions. The ferocious and handsome young man's eyes were like lightning. Dazzling runes spread out from his body, making him look like a ferocious beast. Streaks of attacks tore through the air like lightning. The ferocious young man's aura was like thunder as he killed the evil spirits. There are so many evil spirits. Let's kill them. Not far away, there were 5 young men. They were all around 21 or 22 years old. Their bodies were covered with runes and they were all ferocious like ferocious beasts. Wherever the 5 young men passed, the space trembled violently. Each of them had their own unique and terrifying techniques. Large amounts of evil spirits were shattered. After 15 minutes, over 100 evil spirits were killed by the 7 of them in the valley. The 7 young men gathered together. A muscular young man with brown hair looked at the black-robed young man with sharp eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up and he said, "Boss, there are more and more evil spirits here. They are also getting stronger and stronger. It seems that it will become more and more dangerous. It is said that the deeper we go, the stronger the evil spirits are. Every time we enter the sealed ancient land, even the top disciples of the 9 big forces will die here. Everyone must be careful." The black-robed young man's long sleeves shook slightly. His long black hair fluttered and his sharp aura slowly retracted. His eyes were deep and boundless. So what if they are the disciples of the 9 big forces? With your cultivation and talent, you will have a chance to obtain the final benefits. A skinny young man, whose aura was emitting a baleful aura, seemed to be unconvinced by his peers from the 9 great factions. Duo Sha, you must not be careless. Some of the disciples of the 9 big forces are definitely not ordinary. Take the 7-star Hall's weapon emperor, Xiao Feng, for example. He can already kill martial emperors. The strongest disciples of the 9 big forces are definitely not weak. You must not be careless. A young man in a blue and white robe with a ferocious aura said to the skinny young man with a ferocious aura, the strongest disciples of the middle region have all come here. There might be some hidden dark horses. We must not be careless. Second brother, you're being too careful. I don't believe that those people can be that strong. The skinny young man raised his eyebrows and said to the young man in the blue and white robe, especially in this place, you can't use any external force. Second brother and big brother's physical strength, few people can compare with you. I'm afraid that the bloodline of the ancient demonic beasts is just as so. Haha, the young man in the blue and white robe laughed. He looked at the skinny young man and said, our physical bodies are nothing compared to the president's. The president's physical body is truly terrifying. He paused and continued, don't underestimate anyone. Everyone must remember this. Otherwise, one day, you will encounter a calamity. There may be a dark horse hidden in this heaven's pride competition. We must not be careless. Guild leader, is he really that strong? A slender young man with a handsome face seemed to have some doubts about the blue and white robed young man's words. However, he was very clear that his second brother's words were absolutely true. You will know how strong the president is in the future. There's news that there's a disciple called Du Xiaofu in the ancient heaven sect. He's very strong. If there's no one with the same name, then he should be the president. The black-robed young man said while looking at the sky. His eyes were sharp, his nose was high, and his thin lips were curved into a proud smile. He opened his mouth and said softly, this news was obtained a few years ago. I don't know if that person is the president. We can go and find the people of the ancient heaven sect first. If it's really the president, then I'm afraid that he will also come to this ancient sealed land. I wonder what level president's cultivation is at now. The blue and white-robed young man looked at the black-robed young man and smiled. Then, he said to the 5 young men behind him, An Yang, Duo Sha, Ing Yan, Yin Tianjue, Gu Wuying, the conditions that I and the boss promised you are the same. We will definitely fulfill it. When we meet the president, we will naturally make you stronger. What I'm most interested in is how strong the president is. When the time comes, I will personally test it. Otherwise, I won't be convinced. The one who spoke the most was a thin young man with a murderous aura around him. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Duo Sha, you're welcome to try. The blue and white-robed young man smiled and said, but don't blame me for not warning you. It's best not to look for a beating. Alright, it's time for us to head out. The black-robed youth's sharp and deep eyes flashed with a faint smile. Swoosh swoosh, 7 figures soared into the air and then disappeared into the sky. Time passed slowly in the sealed ancient land. In the outside world, everyone was waiting and looking forward to it. The final result of the sealed ancient land had undoubtedly affected everyone in the central continent. All the forces were paying close attention to it. However, in the Stone Dragon Empire in the Huang country, the atmosphere was unusually lively. The expectations of the Heavenly Talents competition had been diluted. As everyone had expected, the Stone Dragon Empire that had stood for thousands of years and the Huang country that had just been established had finally started a war. It was said that the 3 demonic beasts of the Huang country had left after causing a ruckus in the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire. Not long after, the old emperor of the Stone Dragon Empire and an expert of the Great Luan sect had massacred the capital of the Huang country. In the end, an expert of the Huang country had attacked and scared them off. Not long ago, dozens of experts of the ancient heaven sect had suddenly arrived at the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire. It was said that there were dozens of martial emperor realm experts. That was an extremely terrifying force. As soon as the dozens of martial Emperor realm experts appeared, they attacked fiercely. Most of the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire had been razed to the ground. Countless imperial guards were killed and the imperial palace was covered in blood. It was said that in the end, the imperial palace had to use the imperial palace's dragon chi. However, the ancient heaven sect had also sent a legendary honorable realm expert. A honorable realm expert could move mountains and seas with a wave of his hand. Even the imperial palace's dragon chi, which the Stone Dragon Empire was proud of, could not stop them. Just as the Stone Dragon Empire was about to be destroyed, the experts of the Great Luan sect suddenly came to help and blocked the experts of the ancient heaven sect. That battle shocked the billions of people in the imperial capital of the Stone Dragon Empire. When the experts of the two top sects attacked, they could move mountains and seas with a wave of their hand. When the honorable realm experts attacked, they sealed off the sky. The shockwaves of energy rippled as if they were going to shatter this part of the world. The billions of people in the Dragon Empire trembled. They were all shocked. The battle lasted for several hours. In the end, both sects suffered casualties. Neither side could do anything to the other. They could only stop temporarily. Only then did the experts of the ancient heaven sect leave. On the same day, the Stone Dragon Empire suddenly declared war on the Huang country and wanted to take back the Stone Dragon Empire. A few days later, the Huang country's army gathered. The World Society, Celestial Beast Hall, and other factions of the World Alliance all joined in. The war between the two countries was about to break out. At the same time, another shocking piece of news came from the Stone Dragon Empire. The North Vanquishing Prince, the South Vanquishing Prince, and the East Vanquishing Prince all announced that they would retire at the same time. All the nobles of the Xie, Ouyang, and Jiang families retired at the same time. The three families left the imperial capital of the Dragon Empire. When the news spread, it wasn't hard for people to guess that the Stone Dragon Empire and the Huang country were going to war. Given the relationship between the North Vanquishing Prince, the South Vanquishing Prince, and the East Vanquishing Prince and the Huang country's founder, the Rock Emperor, they naturally retired because of this matter. The three old kings were awe-inspiring in the Stone Dragon Empire's army. They had countless disciples. Most of the generals in the army were groomed by these three old Wangs. Therefore, when the three old kings retired at the same time, the Stone Dragon Empire's army was shaken. It was like an earthquake in the army. Many generals in the Stone Dragon Empire's army also announced that they would retire. The situation was much worse than what people had expected. In addition, the World Society's army and the Celestial Beast Hall's demonic beasts had fought side by side. During the Stone Dragon Empire's most difficult time, the World Society and the Celestial Beast Hall had supported the Stone Dragon Empire's army and never retreated. The Stone Dragon Empire's army had always remembered this. Now that the two countries were at war and the armies met, they had mixed feelings. Although the Stone Dragon Empire's army was much larger than the Huang country's army, it was difficult for them to make a move. Some generals even turned a blind eye and only defended. A general from the imperial family appeared and killed a few generals who disobeyed orders. Under the pressure, the war broke out. During the war between the two countries, there were also experts from the Ancient Heaven sect and the Great Luan sect. However, the Ancient Heaven sect and the Great Luan sect seemed to be maintaining a delicate balance. The real war was still brewing. No one sent out their true experts, as if they were waiting for something at the same time. At this time, some people had guessed that the Divine Light Court would help the Stone Dragon Empire when the Stone Dragon Empire and the Huang country went to war. Chapter 881. After all, the first princess of the Stone Dragon Empire was Qing Xingnan. She was the most dazzling existence among the younger generation of the Divine Light Court. The royal family of the Stone Dragon Empire also sent a message to the Divine Light Court to ask for help. However, the result was unexpected. The Divine Light Court did not send any experts to help the Stone Dragon Empire. Instead, they replied that the Stone Dragon Empire had the Great Luan sect and should be enough to deal with the small desolate country. When this news was leaked, those who were observant knew that the Divine Light Court could not even fend for themselves. This was because the Seven-Star Hall of the Spirit Domain had announced at the same time that they were declaring war on the Divine Light Court. The experts of the Seven-Star Hall had already started attacking the Divine Light Court and purging the various forces of the Divine Light Court. Even the Fekta Hall and the Migres Hall announced to the public that anyone who attacked the Divine Light Court would be treated as a friend by the Seven-Star Hall and would be able to obtain the tools and elixirs refined by the Fekta Hall and the Migres Hall. Once this news was spread, it immediately attracted many independent cultivators and even many other forces to join in the fight against the Divine Light Court. After all, the Divine Light Court was not a big force like the 3 sects and 3 schools. Under the temptation of being able to get elixirs and tools refined by the Fekta Hall and the Migres Hall, many people were willing to make the exchange. It should be known that it was not easy to make the Medicine Talisman Masters and the Weapon Talisman Masters owe a favor. Moreover, the Fekta Hall and the Migres Hall were the sacred grounds of the Medicine Talisman Masters and the Weapon Talisman Masters. The Divine Light Court could not even fend for themselves. However, the battle with the Seven-Star Hall had not reached the most intense stage yet. Both sides seemed to have their own concerns. Everything was normal in the sealed ancient land. Time passed slowly. Countless evil spirits were still being purged every day. However, many young men and women who entered became nourishment for the evil spirits. On a dry riverbed, sand and stones covered the ground. The air was filled with the aura of thunder and lightning from countless years ago. 30 to 40 extraordinary young men and women were clustered behind a green-clothed young lady, a black-robed young man, a cloud-robed young man, and a graceful and hot woman. At this moment, they were surrounded by hundreds of young men and women. Tsk Tisk, I'm afraid that the few of you are not enough for us to take action. Know your place and hand over all your Chinkuan bags. Otherwise, no one will know that all of you will die here today and you will never be able to leave again. A young man in green and the beautiful woman in tights Chien, beautiful woman, and a beautiful woman in tight-fitting clothes. And a beautiful woman and a beautiful woman, a beautiful woman, and a beautiful woman's beautiful woman, as well as the woman, and a beautiful, the woman in beauty. Devil God was woman's ice snow. However, when they heard the words of the scarred young man, the gazes of the several dozen people who were surrounded did not change at all. Instead, they all had faint smiles on their faces. Eli, you. The girl in green raised her head slightly. A little golden macaque stood on her shoulder. She looked at the young man with the scar with her ethereal eyes. The smile in her eyes was captivating. That beautiful smile penetrated one's heart, causing the scarred young man to be stunned. After which, he laughed out loud and said to the hundreds of young men and women behind him, "Brothers, this little girl asked us if we are robbers." Haha, as the young man with the scar finished his words, the hundreds of young men and women around him roared with laughter. Their laughter was extremely presumptuous. In the past 2 months, they had been looking for opportunities as well as robbing. In this sealed ancient land, where there were no rules at all, robbing and plundering was not surprising. Our Changdao cave is a place to live. It's just robbery. Hand over your Chinkuan bags obediently. The men hand over their Chinkuan bags, but the women must stay. They are all the best. That's right. The women must stay. They are all the best. We will have a good time when the time comes. The words of the hundreds of young men and women became more and more unscrupulous and unpleasant. They did not take the girl in green and the others seriously at all. To them, those dozens of people seemed to be from a small place. They were more than enough to take them down with their hundreds of people. I haven't robbed in a long time. But this time, you all deserve to die. Listening to the unscrupulous and unpleasant laughter, a cold murderous intent suddenly shot out from the girl in green's eyes. With a shake of her long sleeves, the girl in green's graceful body appeared in front of the young man with the scar like a ghost. No one could see her movements clearly. A blazing green and red flame spread out from the palm of her hand and quickly enveloped the young man with the scar. The blazing green and red flame could burn the soul. The scorching aura made people's hair stand on end. Ah, the young man with the scar was a martial king at the Nirvana realm. He thought that as long as he did not provoke the people from the one valley, 2 religions, 3 sects, 3 schools, 7-star hall, divine light court, and other forces, he would be able to sleep peacefully. But at this moment, before he could react, a scream was heard. In just a short moment, in just a few breaths, the body of the young man with the scar turned into ashes in the green and red flames. Not even a trace of him was left. He did not even know how he died. Indeed, you all deserve to die. The young man in the black robe attacked. With a punch, several young men in front of him who were still trembling and staring in shock were blown up at the same time. Kill them all. The young man in the cloud robe shouted in a deep voice. His figure swept out and his attack was fierce and swift. Kill. 30 to 40 young men and women immediately began to counterattack. Each of them was fierce and swift, like young eagles that were growing and training. One day, they would be able to spread their wings and soar. The hundreds of young men and women did not even have the time to react. In just a short period of time, they were all killed in the midst of screams and wails. These people only knew that they had provoked the wrong person and kicked a steel plate when they were about to die. Woo-woo. A huge beast-shaped demon spirit that was dozens of feet tall let out an ear-piercing sound. Its blood-red eyes were greedily looking at a young man in purple soft armor. Amidst the ear-piercing roar, the huge beast-shaped demon spirit's 4 limbs suddenly stomped on the ground. Its figure pounced out like a fierce tiger pouncing on its prey. It instantly appeared in front of the young man in purple soft armor and opened its mouth to devour him. The young man in purple soft armor was naturally Du Xiaofu. The eyes under the mask looked indifferently at the beast-shaped demon spirit that was pouncing towards him. With a flick of his finger, a dazzling thunderbolt light suddenly swept out from his hand. Chi La. The thunderbolt light swept out and its aura made the beast-shaped demon spirit fearful. A kind of fear that came from the depths of its soul gushed out from its blood-red eyes. It quickly retreated. However, it was already too late. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared behind the beast-shaped demon spirit in a ghost-like manner. A thunderbolt fist directly blasted out and lightning spread in all directions. Rumble, a low and deep sound was emitted and the space was about to explode. The beast-shaped demon spirit was subsequently destroyed and turned into ashes. Young Hall Master, this is the dark blood 9-leaf Lingji. It is difficult to find it outside. It is a treasure. Wu Ma Xing swept across the sky. Multicolored light spread out from his hand and a few stalks of elixirs appeared. Their auras were rich and they did not seem ordinary. Little Xingxing circled around Du Xiaofu's shoulder and looked at the elixir in Wu Ma Xing's hand. Its golden eyes rotated and its tiny wings flapped twice. Its gaze was filled with malicious intent. Swoosh swoosh, the sound of rushing wind resounded. Soon after, Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Sun Wu, Shi Tu and the others all arrived. From their auras, it seemed that they had just experienced another battle. I never thought that we would be able to casually encounter a complete Beast King realm demon spirit. It's getting more and more dangerous. Lin Weiqi frowned. Her red dress was like fire, outlining the curves of her body. She said softly, according to the elders in the hall, no matter how deep we went in the past 2 months, it shouldn't be so difficult now. Everyone, be careful. Let's continue our journey. Du Xiaofu said softly and frowned. It had been 2 months, and the number of demon spirits he had encountered had increased. The strength of the demon spirits had also increased. Although he had obtained many benefits along the way, such as a disciple of the Alcade Palace and the inheritance of a sovereign realm expert, there had been no news of the Yin's spiritual crystal. This made Du Xiaofu worried, and his heart was heavy. Among the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall, there had been a few unfortunate deaths during this period. After a little reorganization, the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall continued their journey. During these 2 months, Du Xiaofu and the others had encountered many other people along the way. However, it was the same. As long as they encountered Du Xiaofu and the others' forces, they would automatically walk away. Obviously, they were afraid of the Seven-Star Hall. Of course, there were also people who wanted to join the Seven-Star Hall's lineup and find a big tree to rely on. However, they were all rejected by Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu did not pay much attention to the people he encountered along the way. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation strength, ordinary people could not pose any threat to him. Of course, Du Xiaofu had also encountered several groups of extraordinary forces in the past 2 months. There were even some who had just reached the martial royal realm. However, they were not too strong and could not be stronger than Dongli Diao and Lin Weiqi. Another 7 or 8 days later, Du Xiaofu and the others were only blocked by evil creatures along the way. However, with Du Xiaofu's help, the power of thunder and lightning was the absolute nemesis of some of the evil creatures. A vast mountain range appeared in front of the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. There was not a single blade of grass growing in the mountain range. Looking into the distance, the further one looked into the mountain range, the darker their vision became and the thicker the black fog became. The mountain range was majestic and vast, like a huge dragon circling around. The black fog spread over the mountain peak. It was bloody and cold, with energy fluctuations. Third young master, it has been 2 days and we have not encountered an evil spirit. This is so strange. Stone frowned and quickened his pace to Du Xiaofu's side. There was a puzzled look in his eyes. This is really strange. Dongli Diao was also puzzled. In this place where there should be more and more evil spirits, they had not encountered any evil spirits for 2 days. This was definitely not normal. Chapter 882. Stop. Du Xiaofu raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop. He looked at the sky in front of him. The vast and majestic mountain range was terrifyingly quiet. Black fog lingered in the mountain range. It emitted a chilling aura that made one's heart tremble. Swoosh, Du Xiaofu's figure floated in midair. He frowned as he looked at the sky in front of him. The black fog in the depths of the mountain range was getting thicker and thicker. It was as if a dark cloud was occupying the sky. Chi. Occasionally, there would be flashes of lightning within the thick black fog, adding to the strangeness of the scene. With the sharp power of his essence spirit, Du Xiaofu knew that this was probably not a good place. As Du Xiaofu leaped into the air, Dong Lijiao, Shi Tu, and Lin Weiqi also leaped into the air. They looked at the black fog in front of them and frowned. Lin Weiqi's eyes rippled. She opened her red lips and said, "There seems to be people in front. There are quite a few of them. Everyone, be careful." Du Xiaofu softly said. He had already peeked into the depths of the mountain range in front of him. There were quite a number of figures faintly discernible. Accompanied by the noise, there were likely thousands of people. This made Du Xiaofu feel a little strange. In this place, everyone was on guard against each other. Once they met, they would tacitly avoid each other. He did not expect so many people to gather here. It seemed that something had happened in front of them. Swoosh swoosh, after which, everyone spread out and headed towards the depths of the mountain range. Since so many people were gathered here, there must be something special about that place. After a while, the Seven-Star Hall's people arrived at the mountain range in front of them. Thousands of people gathered together. Their respective formations were somewhat guarded. It's the 7-Star Hall's weapon emperor, Xiao Feng. Many young men and women's eyes rippled when they saw the 7-Star Hall's disciples. No one stopped Du Xiaofu and the rest from approaching. Du Xiaofu stepped forward. Hundreds of figures had gathered on top of a mountain in front of him. A voice rang out, "Everyone, I'm sure you all know that the monster inside is extremely strange. It's different from all the other monsters. I'm afraid it's not very possible for anyone to deal with it alone." Upon hearing the voice, Du Xiaofu's eyes immediately lifted. He followed the direction of the voice and looked over, only to see a handsome young man wearing a blue long robe on the mountain top in front of him. He was currently talking to the people around him. That figure was the profound talisman sect's Guoming. It's Guoming. Du Xiaofu was surprised. He didn't expect to see Guoming here. Since Guoming was here, perhaps Zhu Shui would be here as well. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the crowd, and a beautiful woman appeared before his eyes. She had a slender figure and wore a long dress. She was about 21 or 22 years old, and her entire body was filled with elegance. The woman stood there quietly and did not speak much. Her eyebrows were curved and her face was as white as jade. Her face was as beautiful as the morning sun, and there were slight dimples on her cheeks. For some reason, she had an aura of elegance. Zhu Shui. Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly lifted. Although he hadn't seen her for a few years, he could still recognize that beautiful woman. She was Zhu Shui, whom he had met in the barbaric beast mountain range. Over the years, Zhu Shui's cultivation had improved at an astonishing rate. Although she wasn't the kind of beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, her peerless beauty was enough to cause ripples in the hearts of countless men. From the looks of it, there seems to be a frightening evil spirit inside. Du Xiaofu's eyes peered into the depths of the mountain range. There was a frightening aura that pervaded the air. Even ordinary evil spirits didn't dare to approach this place. This place was too strange. This demonic creature is really frightening. It's too powerful. Many people have already fallen in the hands of that demonic creature. Ordinary martial emperors can't escape. It's said that the demonic creature's cave is filled with multicolored light and energy fluctuations. There are definitely many treasures inside. The surrounding crowd whispered and discussed. Du Xiaofu and the disciples of the 7-Star Hall moved forward. From the crowd's whispers, they could roughly understand the situation. It turned out that in this mountain range, someone had discovered a large number of treasures. However, there was also a frightening demonic creature inside. No one knew what this demonic creature was. However, as long as someone had barged in, no one had been able to come out alive. It was said that there were martial emperors who had entered and never came out again. That demonic creature should be very frightening. However, there are also countless treasures inside the demonic creature's cave. As long as you can kill that demonic creature, you can obtain countless treasures. Who knows, there might even be an ancient expert's inheritance and celestial artifacts. Guoming stood on a huge rock at the top of the mountain and looked around. His words were extremely provocative. Hearing Guoming's words, the surrounding thousands of people immediately whispered and went into an uproar. An ancient expert's inheritance and celestial artifacts. To cultivators, these were absolutely irresistible temptations. Even if any one of us were to join forces, I'm afraid that we won't be able to do anything to the demonic creature. We won't be able to obtain any treasures. Therefore, I would like to invite everyone to join forces with my profound talisman sect to eliminate the demonic creature. When the time comes, we'll split the treasures equally. Guoming continued. The demonic creature was powerful and had terrifying strength. No one would be able to obtain the treasures alone. Naturally, everyone understood this principle. However, there were also many people who knew that it was impossible for them to truly believe the profound talisman sect. None of the young men and women who were able to enter this place were simple people. The profound talisman sect's words were pleasant to hear. However, If they really obtained the treasures in the end, how could the Profound Talisman sect split them equally? At that time, who would dare to ask for things from the Profound Talisman sect? Seeing that there were people who were doubting them, the expressions of many Profound Talisman sect's disciples changed. They wanted to go and kill that demonic creature. However, in order to reduce the casualties of the Profound Talisman sect, they could only rely on the strength of an alliance. If these people before them didn't go, the Profound Talisman sect wouldn't dare to go alone. It was said that the demonic creature's strength was absolutely terrifying. Everyone, I know that everyone is worried. How about this, we can first make an agreement. First, we'll form an alliance to deal with the demonic creature together. In the end, the treasures will be split equally according to the amount of effort we put in. My Profound Talisman sect will absolutely not deceive others. I can guarantee this with the reputation of my Profound Talisman sect. Guoming looked at the crowd. Naturally, he knew what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and continued, "Second, during the period of our alliance, no one is allowed to attack their companions. Otherwise, my Profound Talisman sect will not let you go." Hearing Guoming's words, many people in the crowd lowered their heads in disgust. They looked at each other in dismay. However, many people began to raise their hands to vote in agreement. With the reputation and strength of the Profound Talisman sect, it was natural for people to believe in their guarantee. With the strength of the Profound Talisman sect, it was enough to make people believe in them. Only a few dozen people seemed to be worried that the demonic creature would be difficult to deal with. They left on their own accord, unwilling to participate in this matter. Seeing that almost everyone had agreed, Guoming breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze swept across the crowd and landed on the formation of several hundred disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. The expression in his eyes changed slightly. He lowered his head and said something to the disciples of the Profound Talisman sect. Swoosh swoosh, immediately, the gazes of many disciples of the Profound Talisman sect pierced through the crowd and landed on Du Xiaofu and the other disciples of the Seven-Star Hall. Astonishment appeared in the eyes of some people. The strength displayed by the weapon Emperor Qiao Feng on the Divine Lightning Mountain range had also shocked them. Zhu Shui stood at the front of the Profound Talisman sect disciples. Her beautiful eyes slightly moved as she looked at the youth wearing purple soft armor in the crowd. After sizing him up for a while, she shifted her gaze away. I didn't expect that the weapon Emperor of the Seven-Star Hall, Qiao Feng, would also come. Looks like our alliance this time is even more foolproof. Guoming jumped down from the boulder and walked towards the crowd. The crowd on both sides parted until he arrived before Du Xiaofu. He said, "Welcome to the Seven-Star Hall's weapon Emperor Qiao Feng and the rest of you." Guoming clearly knew that the weapon Emperor Qiao Feng and some of the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall were extremely powerful. If they could join, they would naturally have a higher chance of victory. Du Xiaofu looked at Guoming in front of him. At this moment, he was unable to reveal his true identity. He could only bitterly smile inwardly. Soon after, he smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry, I'm used to doing things alone. You can go look for demonic creatures, and so can I. It's fine as long as we don't interfere with each other. What do you think?" Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the surroundings. He took in everyone's cultivation. At this moment, the majority of the several thousand people around him were martial kings and a small number of high-ranked martial marquises. As for martial emperors, there seemed to be only 2 or 3 people in the Profound Talisman sect. However, Zhu Shui's aura was so well hidden that no one could detect it. Among the several thousand people, even if they were to form an alliance, the Profound Talisman sect would be the strongest. Since the demonic creature was so powerful, ordinary people would not be able to fight against it. Du Xiaofu estimated in his heart that once the battle started, these temporary allies would definitely scatter once they realized that they were no match for the demonic creature. They would not be able to withstand a single blow. If he were to form an alliance with these people, he would not be able to gain any advantage. he would only be at a disadvantage. However, after hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Guoming was instantly stunned. He could only bitterly smile. Many of the profound talisman sect's disciples in front were surprised when they heard this. The profound talisman sect had extended an olive branch to the seven-star hall, and Guoming had even personally invited them. They did not expect the seven-star hall to not give them any face. Du Xiaofu looked at Guoming and nodded. Then, he swept his gaze across the profound talisman sect's disciples, Zhu Shui. He said to Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Shi Tu, and the others behind him, let's go and take a look. Humph, don't think that you can be so shameless after dealing with a small divine light court. My profound talisman sect is not something that the divine light court can compare to. An indifferent voice came from the profound talisman sect's formation. It was a young man in a loose robe, who looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was tall and had an extraordinary aura. However, this young man looked at Du Xiaofu and the others in the seven-star hall, and the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. He said, since you don't want to form an alliance, you should leave on your own. We will deal with the demonic creature inside. If you want to fish in troubled waters, you should leave as soon as possible. Bullshit, does this place belong to your profound talisman sect? Who do you think you are? If you have the ability, then wipe out all the evil spirits in this sealed ancient land. Dong Lijiao looked at the young man from the profound talisman sect who had just spoken. He did not have a good temper. He said in a deep voice, the seven-star hall will deal with the demonic creature in front. If you don't want to go, then you can leave on your own. We don't know who will fish in troubled waters. You're courting death. Hearing Dong Lijiao's words, the young man's face suddenly turned gloomy. His eyes flickered with coldness as he stared at Dong Lijiao. The peak of the martial king realm. Who do you think you are? If you have the ability, then come and try. I'll destroy you any time. Dong Lijiao sneered. His battle robe fluttered in the wind. The patterns on his cloak were like a phoenix spreading its wings. The corners of his mouth curled up into a proud smile. An aura of a beast emperor swept out. Within the sealed ancient land, he couldn't use any external power. As the main body of the cloud-piercing phoenix blood condor, Dongli Condor didn't fear anyone on the same level as him. Of course, other than a freak like Du Xiaofu, he was an exception. Therefore, Dong Lijiao did not put the martial king realm cultivator of the profound talisman sect in his eyes. Boom! As Dong Lijiao's beast emperor realm aura rippled, the young man from the profound talisman sect's face turned completely ugly. His handsome face turned green and red. He knew that he could not resist the beast emperor realm aura. Forget it, let's go. Du Xiaofu gestured to Dong Lijiao. His gaze swept over the profound talisman sect's young man, who had an ugly expression on his face. His eyebrows twitched. Although many years had passed, Du Xiaofu was still able to recognize that young man. He was Chen Yan, who was with Zhu Shui and Guoming in Savage Beast Mountain Range a few years ago. Humph! Seeing Du Xiaofu's signal, Dong Lijiao withdrew his aura and let out a deep snort. Although Dong Lijiao was not the strongest person in the seven-star hall, his Beast Emperor realm aura was definitely one of the strongest among his peers in the 9 great forces. Moreover, they were in the sealed ancient land. Dong Lijiao had a huge advantage. The seven-star hall has no intention of forming an alliance. Let's act alone. Zhu Shui said. She looked at the young man in the soft armor and felt a little puzzled. Junior sister Zhu Shui, Chen Yan's face turned pale and he seemed to want to say something. I said, let's act alone. Do I need to say it again? Zhu Shui looked at Chen Yan indifferently and ignored him. Let's go. Du Xiaofu gestured and stepped forward. The disciples of the seven-star hall walked through the crowd. The crowd dispersed and looked at the disciples of the seven-star hall as they entered the depths of the mountain. Forming an alliance with the people of the profound talisman sect will be a great loss. Those people are just a motley crew. Once they encounter a tyrannical demon spirit, they will immediately disperse. Sun Wu said on the mountain path filled with black fog. Young Hall Master, are there really treasures here? Wu Ma Sheng asked Du Xiaofu. In the past 2 months, he had seen what it meant to hunt for treasures. As long as the young Hall Master said there were treasures, he would definitely not return empty-handed. There are quite a lot of treasures, but everyone has to be careful. Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious. The aura here made Du Xiaofu feel strange. It was very different from the aura in other places. There are corpses. Stone's voice rang out. In the valley filled with black fog, several corpses appeared. A huge chapter. The remaining chapters are still being written, but it will be updated very late. Today is New Year's Eve. Xiao Yu wishes all of you a happy new year and a bright future. Chapter 883. Everyone looked over and saw several corpses by the side of the mountain path. It seemed like they had died not too long ago, at most a day or 2 ago. These corpses are strange. Wu Ma Sheng looked at the corpses and was confused. These corpses were strange. They were white and slightly swollen. However, there seemed to be some life force in them. Look, there are strange bloody holes on the corpses' necks. Tao Yu squatted beside one of the corpses and also felt that the corpses were strange. There were 2 bloody holes on each of the corpses' necks. These bloody holes look like teeth marks. Were they bitten by demonic beasts? Sun Wu asked. Impossible. Dong Li Diao shook his head and said, demonic beasts won't do that. They will just swallow people. Why would they leave teeth marks? It can't be done by demonic beasts. These corpses are really strange. Du Xiaofu squatted on the ground and carefully examined the corpses. He had never seen such strange corpses before. Young Master, the people from the Xian Talisman sect are behind us. Lin Weiqi looked behind them. At that moment, the disciples of the Xian Talisman sect and their allies were coming from behind. They seemed to be following the 7-star hall. As he looked at the people from the Profound Talisman sect that had arrived, Tao Yu frowned and said, it seems that the people from the Profound Talisman sect intend to use us as the vanguard. Du Xiaofu stood up and looked at the thousands of people from the mysterious Talisman sect and their alliance. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said to the people behind him, ignore them. Let's go first. The people from the 7-star hall are arrogant and despotic. Let's let them be the vanguard. Let's see how they will die. Among the disciples of the mysterious Talisman sect, Shen Yan looked ahead with a cold look in his eyes. Then, he looked at the beautiful girl in front of him and secretly felt some fluctuations in his heart. Shen Yan knew that the distance between him and her was getting farther and farther. Originally, he wanted to keep the beautiful woman in front of him as his exclusive property. As long as he could become strong, there was nothing he couldn't do. However, Chen Yan did not expect that in a short few years, the peerlessly beautiful woman before him had undergone a tremendous change. In the past few years, not only had Zhu Shui become the #1 disciple of the Profound Talisman sect's younger generation, she had also become the sect master's adopted daughter. Her status was extraordinary, and it was very likely that she would become the sect master of the Profound Talisman sect in the future. However, Chen Yan did not give up. He believed that he still had a chance. As long as he could obtain the inheritance of an expert in this sealed ancient land and become the second strongest person in the Profound Talisman sect, he would still have a chance. As long as he had the opportunity to obtain Zhu Shui, with Zhu Shui's talent and status in the Profound Talisman sect, he would definitely be able to save himself 100 years of struggle in the Profound Talisman sect. Senior Sister Zhu Shui, look. These corpses are so strange. Guoming's voice could be heard as he squatted on the ground to examine the corpse. It's very strange. These corpses seem to still be alive, but their souls have already dispersed. There are bloody holes on their necks. It seems like they were bitten by something. Zhu Shui frowned. These corpses gave her an indescribable feeling. Suddenly, the corpse on the ground opened its mouth and emitted a strange sound. Then, its eyes opened and emitted a strange light. Its body stiffened, but its strength was boundless. Immediately, it hugged the disciple of the profound talisman sect tightly. Two sharp teeth in its mouth emitted a cold light as it bit towards the disciple's neck. "Be careful!" An expert of the profound talisman sect shouted. He waved his hand and a stream of energy directly cut off the corpse's arm. Swish! The corpse's arm was cut off, but it was not affected at all. Before the disciple of the profound talisman sect could recover from his shock, he was bitten by the corpse. Immediately, he let out a miserable shriek as his blood was sucked by the corpse. The corpse's eyes emitted a terrifying light. Seeing this, the crowd was also stunned. For a moment, everyone was stunned. This scene was beyond everyone's expectation. Swish, a stream of energy swept across the sky and landed on the corpse, destroying it. The disciple of the profound talisman sect who was bitten was paralyzed and fell to the ground. There were 2 bloody holes on his neck and blood was flowing out. His face was pale and he was scared out of his wits. "How are you?" Du Shui's beautiful figure appeared beside the disciple. She formed a hand seal and stopped the blood from flowing out of his neck. Then, she checked the injuries on the disciple's body. She frowned and looked serious. The disciple's body was trembling. After a while, he slowly recovered from his shock. It seemed that he was fine. Zhu Shui heaved a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that you're fine. Destroy these corpses. Let's move on." Bang! 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 The disciples of the profound talisman sect then destroyed all the corpses on the ground. In the dim space, the group walked carefully. "Young Palace Master, the people of the profound talisman sect are still following us. What should we do? Should we let them walk in front?" Dongli Diao said to Du Xiaofu. He looked at the people of the profound talisman sect behind him with displeasure in his eyes. "The road is not ours. Let them follow us." Du Xiaofu smiled and continued to walk deeper into the mountain range. Woo! Black fog surged and the mountain range became darker. Chi! In front of a huge rock, a figure suddenly drilled out. It brought along a cold aura and directly pounced on the group. "What is that?" Lin Weiqi flicked her wrist and a scorching aura spread out. A raging flame engulfed her body and immediately enveloped her. Under the raging flame, the figure turned into ashes after a while. However, compared to ordinary evil spirits, it was much harder to burn. Woo! Almost at the same time, dozens of figures suddenly flew out from behind the rock. Some of them moved slowly, while others moved as fast as lightning. They directly pounced on the group. "Evil spirits! Attack!" Stone and the others shouted. Then, many figures flew out and attacked those figures. Bang bang! Low energy sounds were heard as the group attacked. However, these figures seemed to be very strange. The group's attacks could not destroy them. Some of the figures had their limbs and heads destroyed, but they could still continue to attack. Unless they were completely destroyed, they could not be destroyed. And these figures were much more difficult to deal with than those human-shaped evil spirits and beast-shaped evil spirits. Especially their defensive power, it was extremely terrifying. The cold aura of blood was too terrifying. What are these things? Their defensive power is so terrifying. These things are too terrifying. Some of them are very strong. Their defensive power is much stronger than those of the same cultivation level. They are even stronger than the beast race. Bang bang bang! The group shouted and attacked with all their might. Finally, the dozens of figures were destroyed. Du Xiaofu held a strange figure in his hand. It was obviously a human, but it roared ferociously like a beast. It had 2 fangs that emitted a cold light. It was the most ferocious existence among these strange creatures, vaguely surpassing the demonic beasts. Du Xiaofu frowned. This strange and terrifying creature was only comparable to a beginner martial king, but its aura was much stronger than a beginner beast king. Especially the defensive power of these strange creatures, it was comparable to the top demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. These strange creatures also had strange attacks. They were not afraid of pain or death. What are these things? Du Xiaofu was puzzled. He wanted to place a seal on these terrifying creatures, but he discovered that these creatures were immune to ordinary seals. Ordinary seals were completely ineffective against them. Zombies, they are zombies. There are zombies here. Little Xingxing stood on Du Xiaofu's shoulder and lifted his head. His little wings flapped slightly, and his golden eyes emitted a strange light. At this moment, there was a golden light spreading all over his entire body. This golden light was extremely strange. It was not the golden light of the golden-winged Great Peng, but an extremely unique golden light. It carried a supreme aura, like the emperor of all beasts, the aura of a true dragon. Woo! Under the golden light, the strange figure that was captured by Du Xiaofu immediately revealed fear in its eyes. Zombies, what are zombies? Du Xiaofu glanced sideways at little Xingxing, and his eyes revealed some astonishment. He did not expect this little fellow to know so much. It even knew about these strange creatures. Little Xingxing's golden eyes shone with a proud expression, and said, "The inheritance in my mind knows that these things are called zombies. They are very strange and evil. However, I feel that they should be afraid of me. There are strong and weak zombies, and the levels are divided into flesh zombie, awakening zombie, walking zombie, purple zombie, white zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, and the highest level, I don't seem to remember. How are they formed?" Du Xiaofu asked curiously. He could not help but look at little Xingxing in a new light. They are corpses. Under special circumstances, they will have corpse chi. Some corpse chi will have vitality, and eventually become zombies. They will eventually develop intelligence and absorb the cold energy and aura to cultivate. As their cultivation increases, these zombies will become stronger and stronger. Low-level zombies will lose their blood, and their corpse chi will gradually form. Their movements will be slow, and they are very easy to deal with. They are also extremely afraid of sunlight, fire, extreme yang, and some special things. Little Xingxing said to Du Xiaofu proudly, however, once these zombies reach the level of green zombie, they will grow black hair, and their corpse chi will turn from green to black, forming a black baleful aura. Their bodies will also be like copper skin and iron bones. The higher their cultivation, the tougher their bodies will be. They will no longer fear ordinary fire, and they will not even fear normal yang objects. Only special methods can restrain them. The zombie in your hand should be a green zombie. Chapter 884. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he immediately looked at the strange creature in his hand. It was covered in a strange type of green fur and had a black murderous aura around it. Its body was extremely strong. Woo! The green zombie released a terrifying aura. It couldn't break free from Du Xiaofu's restriction and let out a roar. This zombie is really strange. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. These strange creatures were not normal. This is just a green zombie. It is said that hairy zombies and flying zombies have terrifying methods. When they reach a higher level, they are also called Ba or Golden Growler. The legendary Ba and Golden Growler can kill dragons and swallow clouds. Wherever they go, the land will be dyed red. Furthermore, the most terrifying existence among the zombies can be immortal. They are separated from the 6 realms of reincarnation by the heavens and earth. When they cultivate to the extreme, they can enter and exit the 2 realms of yin and yang. They can go up the 9 heavens and down the netherworld. Although they are lifeless, they are as free as gods. These things are so scary. When Du Xiaofu heard this, he was shocked. He didn't expect these zombies to be so powerful. Wow, these things are really scary. Stone came over and listened to little Xingxing. He was shocked. These things are too scary. It's better to destroy them. Du Xiaofu spoke. These evil creatures were too terrifying. Once they appeared in the outside world, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. The aura of extreme yang lightning in his hands erupted, destroying all of them into ashes. Woo woo, behind the stone, in a vast valley, countless roars sounded. They were exactly the same as the zombies that came just now. Du Xiaofu frowned. He jumped into the sky and looked around. In the distance, there were countless streams of light roaring towards them. There were more than 10,000 of them. Many of them had extremely powerful auras. They were much stronger than the green zombie that they just captured. There were even a few zombies whose auras were stronger than the green zombies. The auras were very terrifying. Young Hall Master, there are so many strange zombies. Their auras are terrifying. Lin Weiqi's beautiful figure also appeared beside Du Xiaofu, her eyes filled with shock. Those zombie silhouettes swept over like dark clouds, fast as lightning, densely packed. Quick, everyone hide under the rocks, quick. Du Xiaofu looked at the countless zombies rushing over like lightning. It was simply a zombie wave. He immediately shouted to the surrounding 7-star hall disciples. These zombies were terrifying. Although he wasn't afraid of being trapped, there were still hundreds of 7-star hall disciples. They wouldn't be able to contend against them, and he wouldn't be able to protect them too much. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the disciples of the 7-star hall immediately gathered under a large rock. Du Xiaofu's silhouette then hid inside the rock. He waved his hand, and a charm array was set up. Then, everyone's silhouettes mysteriously disappeared. Everyone from the Profound Talisman sect, there are terrifying evil spirits approaching. Be careful and flee quickly. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's voice reverberated in the air. It's the Weapon Emperor, Xiao Feng. Why isn't he fleeing when the terrifying evil spirits are approaching? He clearly wants to scare us away and take the treasure for himself. Extremely childish. In front of the thousands of people from the Profound Talisman sect, Chen Yan looked ahead with disdain in his eyes. Woo woo. As soon as Chen Yan's voice fell, an overwhelming number of silhouettes had already swept over. Those silhouettes were accompanied by a monstrous baleful aura. They were like an enormous black storm that formed countless tornadoes that swept over. When they saw this scene, all the people from the Profound Talisman sect's alliance instantly gasped with astonishment in their eyes. Some of the countless silhouettes were as fast as lightning. Their blood-red eyes surged with baleful aura, and it was like a black ocean wave that swept over the horizon. Woo-woo sounds reverberated in the mountain range, and it was ear-piercing and unpleasant. Evil spirits are coming. Everyone be careful. Zhu Shui shouted, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She waved her hand and started to set up a talisman array. Array flags started to condense. They seemed to be similar to those strange corpses. Everyone, be careful. Don't hold back. Guoming shouted loudly, and the talisman symbols on his body surged. Profound energy swept out, and he directly attacked those strange evil spirits that had already approached. Rumble, in an instant, those evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth collided with the people from the Profound Talisman sect's alliance. These evil spirits weren't as easy to deal with as those strange corpses that the Profound Talisman sect's disciples had seen. Although these evil spirits were similar to those strange corpses, their strength was much more terrifying. The terrifying evil spirits charged into the crowd, and they immediately tore many people into bloody fragments. They also bit many people's necks. These evil spirits are too terrifying. Quickly run. The people from the Profound Talisman sect are blocking them. Let's observe the situation. As the terrifying evil spirits pounced over, many people from the Profound Talisman sect's alliance turned pale with fright. Some people immediately ran away, and some people waited for the situation to develop. They retreated while observing the situation. However, those who wanted to escape or observe the situation miscalculated. The evil spirits that blotted out the sky and covered the earth immediately surrounded them, making it impossible for them to escape. Bang! 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 An intense battle was about to break out. Energy collided with each other, and the bloody mist of the evil spirits was constantly blown apart. Under the rock, the talisman array disappeared, and the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall came out. Looking at the thousands of people from the Profound Talisman sect's alliance and the Profound Talisman sect's disciples who were surrounded by the zombie army, the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall revealed a gloating smile. Let them follow us. They wanted to use us as cannon fodder. Now, it's time for them to suffer. Stone laughed heartily, and he almost rejoiced in their misfortune. Du Xiaofu looked into the distance. At this moment, the zombie army that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had already pounced on the Profound Talisman sect's disciples. However, with the strength of Zhu Shui and Guoming, they shouldn't be in too much danger. As for the others, Du Xiaofu wasn't so kind as to worry about them. Let's go inside first, lest those zombies discover us. Du Xiaofu softly said to everyone. Immediately after, he and the several hundred disciples of the Seven-Star Hall, who were gloating over their misfortune, immediately disappeared from the spot. After entering the depths of the mountain range, Du Xiaofu no longer wanted to pay attention to the battle. As long as Zhu Shui and Guoming weren't in danger, it was fine. He still had his own matters to attend to. As the zombie army and the Profound Talisman sect's disciples fought, the disciples of the Seven-Star Hall didn't see many zombies along the way. Along the way, they only saw a few low-level zombies wandering around. However, they were easily killed by Lin Weiqi, Dong Lijiao, Stone, and the others. Along the way, they also saw many corpses. From the looks of it, they only died a few days ago, and there were bloody holes on their necks. As a precaution, Du Xiaofu, Lin Weiqi, and the others could only destroy those corpses. No wonder other demon spirits didn't come close. Looks like this is the zombies' territory. Lin Weiqi's red dress was like fire, and her beautiful figure was curled into a beautiful arc. She carefully guarded her surroundings along the way. 2 hours later, in the depths of the mountain range, a dense black fog shrouded the sky. It was like a haze in a valley. Look, there's a broken wall in front. Dong Lijiao looked at the broken wall in the depths of the valley. The black fog there was like a dragon soaring into the sky. A baleful aura swept out, causing one's heart to tremble. What a terrifying aura. The closer we get, the scarier it is. Stone shivered. That terrifying baleful aura swept out, causing his hair to stand on end. A feeling of extreme danger grew in his heart. Everyone, be careful. Du Xiaofu instructed everyone. His consciousness was scanning the surroundings as he slowly approached. As they approached the valley, there was a huge palace at the top of the valley. The palace was built along the mountain, occupying a large area of the mountain's cliff. However, more than half of the palace was damaged. Only a large piece of broken wall was left. Even so, it still looked extremely majestic and magnificent. In front of the valley, there was a square. The stone slabs were mottled and damaged. The square was surrounded by black fog, revealing ancient traces. No one knew how long this place had existed, but one thing was for sure, it was definitely a long time. Everyone looked around, back to back as they moved forward, vigilant of their surroundings. What's this? Stone found something special. In front of the square, in the center, there were 4 lifelike statues sitting cross-legged. These statues had different appearances, but at this moment, they were all sitting cross-legged as if they were meditating. The statues' eyes were closed, as if they were alive. However, there was no vitality in their bodies. They were just statues. Stone, back off. Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted. Then, his silhouette flashed out. He pulled Shi too, and retreated a dozen steps. Woo-woo, at this moment, a few woo-woo sounds rang out in the square. Everyone's eyes suddenly changed. They looked towards the source of the sound, and their faces changed. They saw that the 4 statues had begun to awaken, and a terrifying baleful aura swept out. The 4 figures stood up, and they looked no different from humans. Black light spread out in their eyes, and black baleful aura lingered on the surface of their bodies. Their aura was absolutely terrifying. Black baleful aura, these seem to be hairy zombies. They are 1 level higher than green zombies. Little Xingxing stretched his little head out from Du Xiaofu's shoulder. His golden eyes looked at the 4 hairy zombies with a curious expression. Chapter 885. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. The aura of the 4 hairy zombies was too terrifying. They were definitely not below the initial stage of the martial royal realm. Their aura made one's hair stand on end. If the 4 zombies were to enter the crowd outside, they would definitely be like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Trespassing into the imperial tombs. You are courting death. The 4 zombies looked at Du Xiaofu and the others and spoke in human language. As soon as the voice was heard, the 4 terrifying zombies pounced on the group. Terrifying black fog runes shot up into the sky. It was extremely terrifying. Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, each of you take on 1. Stone, Sun Tian, Wuma Sheng, Yu Bao, Tao Yu, the 5 of you take on 1. Leave the last one to me. Du Xiaofu's eyes hardened when he sensed the aura of the 4 furry zombies. Each of these puppets possessed the aura of an initial stage martial emperor. Coupled with their frightening defensive capabilities and special techniques, as well as the black baleful aura, they were definitely difficult to deal with. Among the disciples of the 7-star hall, other than Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, Stone and the others, no one could fight against them. Once they were affected, they would be torn apart. Attack! Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, Stone, Sun Tian and the others heard him and immediately attacked. Terrifying auras swept out. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure flashed and immediately blocked in front of a hairy zombie. Black fog surged in the hairy zombie's eyes and an extremely cold murderous aura spread. The claw print in its hand carried a fierce murderous aura and it had already charged towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu attacked and a fist print wrapped in purple flames flew towards the hairy zombie. Boom! The 2 of them collided and a terrifying power exploded. The entire square shook. Attack! Lin Weiqi also instantly faced a hairy zombie. Vast and boundless blazing profound qi accompanied the flaming runes as they swept past. That blazing aura erupted from her graceful and curvy body in an earth-shattering manner. Dang dang! Du Xiaofu and the hairy zombie in front of him collided, and the hairy zombie was forced back several steps. Du Xiaofu's punch was enough to blow up an ordinary martial royal realm mystery-level cultivator. However, the hairy zombie was only pushed back a little. Its body was not damaged at all. This furry zombie's terrifying defensive power was definitely stronger than Dongli Jiao's original body's defensive power. What a terrifying zombie! Du Xiaofu was astonished. This type of zombie was too terrifying. It didn't fear death, and its defensive power was shocking. Trespassing into the imperial tombs, die. After the hairy zombie stabilized its body, it looked at Du Xiaofu with murderous intent surging in its eyes. Its ferocious face was frightening, and a vigorous black aura surged. The energy pressure caused the square to tremble violently. In an instant, it pounced towards Du Xiaofu as fast as lightning. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes under the mask. His palms formed a seal, and lightning spread in his hands. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and in the black fog in the air, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lightning Destruction Finger. A lightning finger seal swept down like a bolt of lightning and fiercely collided with the hairy zombie that was pouncing towards him. Lightning was definitely an object of extreme yang. At this moment, Du Xiaofu clearly knew how terrifying the thing in front of him was. The lightning finger seal collided with the hairy zombie's palm. The lightning caused the hairy zombie's murderous eyes to surge with fear and dread. Under the lightning finger seal, the hairy zombie's iron-like right arm was directly destroyed, but not much blood flowed out. Woo, however, the hairy zombie seemed to be able to feel the pain and let out a hiss. Divine Lightning Explosion. Lightning flashed. Taking advantage of that instant, Du Xiaofu's speed was like that of a god. It was strange and unpredictable, and as fast as lightning. Another punch landed on the hairy zombie's chest, and a hole was forcefully created in its chest. The hairy zombie lost an arm and the hole in its chest opened, but its eyes still surged with murderous intent. The broken hand and the hole in its chest were actually slowly recovering in a strange manner. That scene caused Du Xiaofu to be stunned and shocked. These hairy zombies were a lot more terrifying than the zombies he met before. It was as if they could not be killed at all. Dad, these are hairy zombies. They have already condensed a corpse core in their bodies. Within their Dantian spirit watchtower, those corpse cores are condensed from the energy they have been absorbing. It's equivalent to the pulse spirit of a martial cultivator or the primordial spirit of a spirit symbol master. As long as we take away their corpse cores, they will be easy to deal with. Little Xingxing seemed to have thought of something, and immediately said excitedly on Du Xiaofu's shoulder. In such a terrifying collision, the energy surged, but the little guy did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, it seemed to be extremely excited. Why didn't you say so earlier? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. At that instant, the hairy zombie had already pounced over with a fierce roar of murderous intent. I just remembered. These are all things from the inheritance in my head. I couldn't think of so much in such a short period of time. Little Xingxing pouted. There were some ripples in his golden eyes, making him seem very pitiful. He said with a bit of grievance, if I knew, I wouldn't have told you. Good intentions are not rewarded. Little ingrate, I was wrong this time. Du Xiaofu muttered. The hairy zombie in front of him had already arrived in front of him again and threw a punch. Chi, when that punch landed, the space exploded. Du Xiaofu's body instantly exploded. Following the ripples of space that spread out, he became fragments. However, no blood flowed out. Boom. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body appeared beside the hairy zombie. A fist that was wrapped in a lightning glow directly smashed into the hairy zombie's lower abdomen. When this punch landed, a frightening lightning flashed and turned into a silver snake that surged out. The surrounding space trembled. Crack crack, quite a number of ancient mottled stone slabs on the ground were blasted apart and turned into dust. The cracks on the ground directly cracked open. The hairy zombie's lower abdomen was shattered by Du Xiaofu's punch. A round bead that was around the size of a baby's fist, which was emitting a pale green glow, appeared. The surrounding black evil aura that was wrapped in a frightening energy rippled apart. This is a good thing. It is much better than an elixir. Little Xingxing's tender young girl's voice was emitted. Her small body was unusually fast. Her body rushed out from Du Xiaofu's shoulder and seemed to be a little faster than lightning. She opened her small mouth and flicked her tongue. She directly swallowed the pale green bead that was wrapped in a black evil aura that was suspended in the air into her mouth, as though she had not had enough. The hairy zombie was heavily injured and its footsteps were forced back. The sole of its foot rubbed a long crack on the ground. Damn it! Give me back my corpse core. Seeing the pale green bead being swallowed by little Xingxing, the hairy zombie loudly yelled. Fear surged out of its eyes and it immediately pounced towards little Xingxing. Chi La. Du Xiaofu's body appeared and a fist landed directly on the hairy zombie's head. The fist emitted a lightning glow and the silver snake flickered like a raging wave beating the shore. It shook the surrounding plaza, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The rumbling sounds were endless. The frightening hairy zombie was finally completely shattered and destroyed. It did not recover. Are you alright after eating the corpse core? Du Xiaofu immediately raised his head and asked little Xingxing. That little guy had swallowed the corpse core that was surging with black evil aura. That kind of energy fluctuation was even more tyrannical than ordinary martial monarchs who had just ascended. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but worry. I'm fine. This corpse core is good stuff. If a cultivator swallows it, they can directly increase their cultivation. If I swallow it, it will be the same. Little Xingxing returned to Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said with a face full of excitement. He was much happier than when he ate the spirit medicine. The corpse core also has such an effect. Du Xiaofu immediately glared at little Xingxing. If he knew earlier, he would have swallowed the corpse core. He wouldn't have let that little ingrate beat him to it. After that, Du Xiaofu looked at the surrounding battlefield. Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao, Stone and the others were dealing with the three hairy zombies. But from the situation of the battle, Dongli Jiao was firmly suppressed and was at a disadvantage even when he activated his true body. Lin Weiqi was not much better. Stone and the other four joined forces and Yu Bai laid out a talisman array. However, the talisman array's effect seemed to not have much effect on the hairy zombies. They were also at a disadvantage. As expected of a great ominous place. Du Xiaofu's gaze slightly moved. With the strength of the three hairy zombies, Lin Weiqi and Dongli Jiao were unable to do anything and were suppressed to a disadvantage. This time, of all the central province's younger generation that entered the sealed ancient land, how many of them would be stronger than Lin Weiqi and Dongli Jiao? One could imagine what would happen to the others if they came here. It was no wonder that even the strongest disciples of the younger generation from the 9 big powers who entered this place could possibly die here. Bang bang bang. After a short moment, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, Du Xiaofu followed suit and intervened in the battlefield. He helped Stone, Lin Weiqi, Dongli Jiao and the others to destroy the three hairy zombies. It was only 3 corpse cores. This time, Du Xiaofu was prepared and did not let them fall into little Xingxing's mouth. Little Xingxing was so angry that he kept muttering, "Is there a father like you? You are abusing me. It's enough for you to eat 1 corpse core. Don't waste such a good thing." Du Xiaofu glared at little Xingxing. He did not want to pay any more attention to that little ingrate. Anyway, he did not see any benefits for it to eat it. As soon as his voice fell, Du Xiaofu looked at the ruins. There was a broken palace there, and there was a black evil aura soaring into the sky. "Young master, there seems to be a treasure in there." Dongli Jiao withdrew his true body. His aura was extremely miserable, and his face was pale. He was in an extremely sorry state after being attacked by the hairy zombie just now. Chapter 886. Everyone, be careful. Dongli Jiao, Lin Weiqi, Stone, you 3 follow me in. The rest of you stay here. Inform us immediately if anything happens. Du Xiaofu said to the people behind him after thinking for a while. There was a terrifying aura inside. It was the imperial tomb that the hairy zombie had mentioned. Du Xiaofu had to be prepared. Swoosh swoosh, the four of them flew into the air and headed for the damaged palace. Bang bang bang. With a low muffled sound, a low energy fluctuation swept out. The zombie army and the disciples of the Profound Talisman sect fought fiercely. A large number of zombies were destroyed. Zhu Shui set up a talisman array and activated the energy of heaven and earth to kill a large number of zombies. There were many experts in the Profound Talisman sect. There were also martial emperors and human kings. They killed many zombies. As for the allies, many of them wanted to escape. However, they were caught up in the end. For their own lives, they had no choice but to fight back. A large number of zombies were killed and many people were killed. More than 1,000 people were torn apart by the zombies. Even the disciples of the Profound Talisman sect had lost more than 20 of them. Dozens of them were injured. Around the battlefield, blood was dripping. A baleful aura filled the sky. Many people were bitten and were urgently treating their wounds. Bastard, the people of the 7-star Hall set us up. They purposely lured these strange evil spirits to attack us. Lu Kuan cursed loudly. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were tattered. His aura was chaotic. It seemed like he had suffered a lot. They have already kindly informed us. How can we blame them? Didn't you not believe them? Guoming rolled his eyes at Qin Yan. Since a few years ago in the Savage Beast Mountain Range, he had disliked his senior brother Qin Yan. Guoming, you're siding with an outsider. Did the 7 Stars Palace give you some benefits? Qin Yan gazed at Guoming with an extremely unsightly expression. In these past few years, Guoming and Zhu Shui had been very close, and he'd obtained a lot of benefits. His cultivation had improved greatly, and he'd never been inferior to Qin Yan. It was even to the extent that he faintly surpassed Qin Yan, and this caused Qin Yan to feel displeased in his heart. Senior brother Qin Yan, watch your words. Guoming couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Qin Yan. During these past few years in the Profound Talisman sect, the open and veiled struggles between him and Qin Yan had already become a common occurrence. In the end, he simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Qin Yan. Qin Yan was instantly enraged when he saw that Guoming actually didn't want to pay any attention to him. Guoming was obviously disdainful of him. Not good, look at junior brother Huang. At that moment, a cry of astonishment came from the crowd. A disciple of the Profound Talisman sect suddenly had a murderous look in his eyes. His face was distorted as he roared. Then, something even more shocking happened. Fangs grew out of the Profound Talisman sect's disciple's mouth. Then, as if he had turned into a different person, he pounced on his fellow disciples as if he had gone mad. TSK. The Profound Talisman sect's experts placed restrictions on him, but the young man didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued to pounce towards the crowd. Boom! A young martial emperor from the Profound Talisman sect attacked. He used a vast amount of energy to suppress the young man who had turned into a ferocious beast. Junior brother Huang has become exactly the same as those evil spirits. What's going on? The Profound Talisman sect's disciples were astonished. Many of the members of the Profound Talisman sect were also astonished. Unexpectedly, someone had turned into an evil spirit. Junior brother Huang was bitten by that strange corpse. Could it be related to this? A Profound Talisman sect's disciple's expression became serious. He had sensed that something was wrong. Zhu Shui's body landed on the ground. She was extremely beautiful. Her chi surged as she inspected the disciple who had turned into a ferocious beast. Then, her beautiful eyes dimmed and she said in a soft voice, "Junior brother Huang's vitality has been destroyed by the murderous chi. Even his soul has been erased. He's already dead." After she finished speaking, Zhu Shui looked at the murderous chi in the surroundings and said in a soft voice, "It might be related to the murderous chi in this place. Everyone, Is there anyone who has been bitten? You must pay attention. If someone is bitten, they will turn into an evil spirit. What should I do? I was bitten just now. I was bitten too. Will I die? What should I do? I shouldn't have come here. Instantly, many people in the crowd cried out in alarm. Some of the unfortunate ones who were bitten by the evil spirits were terrified and flustered. Chen Yan's arm moved back slightly when he heard this. There was a small tear on his arm, and 2 teeth marks could be faintly seen. Although the teeth marks were shallow, they were tainted with some traces of blood. Senior brother Chen Yan, are you all right? A young man patted Chen Yan, who was in a daze, and asked. Why are you in a daze? Chen Yan's entire body trembled as he recovered from his shock, and his countenance was ghastly pale while cold sweat seeped out from the corners of his forehead as he said to the young man, I'm worried about junior brother Huang. These evil spirits are too detestable, and we must annihilate all of them. Senior apprentice sister Zhu Shui, what should we do about junior apprentice brother Huang? He has changed so much. Guoming looked at junior apprentice brother Huang, who was currently being suppressed. He roared ferociously and bared his fangs. There was no difference between him and a wild beast, and his gaze was also very dim. That was his junior apprentice brother who had usually guided him in his cultivation. Junior apprentice brother Huang is no longer junior apprentice brother Huang. He is already dead. Let's deal with him as we should. When the time comes, let the sect take care of the families of the dead brothers. Zhu Shui's gaze was dim. She felt extremely uncomfortable as she watched her brothers die one after another, and was unable to stop them. Guoming understood and nodded. He then said to Zhu Shui, I understand. Don't be too sad. This kind of thing can't be avoided every time. Our final goal is to obtain the final benefits and stabilize the profound talisman sect. Inside the palace, there were broken walls all around. Occasionally, one could see some talisman weapons and many eerie white bones among the rubble. The treasure seems to be inside. The crowd shuttled through the broken walls. In front of them was a large palace, and there was a faint dazzling light spreading out. The energy ripples caused the space to tremble, but there was also a terrifying black aura that soared into the sky in front of them. Be careful. Let's go in and try. Du Xiaofu was on full alert. It wasn't difficult to find out that there were many treasures inside. However, there was also great danger. The black aura that soared into the sky made one feel that it was too terrifying. Everyone carefully walked into the main hall and looked around. Then, their eyes lit up. The vast palace was filled with Qianquan bags, talisman weapons, spiritual weapons, and some scattered spiritual herbs and armors. There were even many Dao weapons in the palace. The aura of the Dao weapons filled the air. There were extraordinary middle and high-ranked Dao weapons, and it seemed that there were also high-ranked Dao weapons. Densely packed talisman weapons and Dao weapons covered the entire palace. Spiritual herbs and Qianquan bags were scattered everywhere. Around the palace, there were already broken walls and ruins. Above them, the sky was exposed, and there was a murderous aura in the surroundings. At the center of the palace, there was a golden coffin. It seemed to be made of gold, and runes spread out around it. It was dazzling. Above the golden coffin, there was a pale golden corpse core floating. Billowing murderous aura gathered from the surroundings and poured into the golden coffin, causing the surrounding murderous aura to fill the sky. Then, it fell on the corpse core, and finally, the black aura soared into the sky. That terrifying black fiendish aura caused Dong Lijiao, Lin Weiqi, and Stone to tremble. Buzz buzz. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could also feel that under the guidance of the terrifying murderous aura, the purple gold heavenly palace behind him was trembling. It seemed that it was being guided by the murderous aura. The soul of the murderous weapon was causing trouble inside, trying to break free from the suppression. Trespassing into the imperial tombs, you're courting death. A deep and cold shout came out. An old man with green hair rushed out from beside the golden coffin. The black aura around him was monstrous. Like lightning, he directly pounced on Du Xiaofu and the others. "Be careful." Du Xiaofu shouted softly. He didn't dodge and punched out. The two waves of energy collided, causing the already dilapidated hall to explode like a thunderclap. Rumble, the rumbling sound echoed in the surroundings, and endless runes, lightning, and black fog erupted. Swish, this time, Du Xiaofu's body was directly pushed back. He brushed against the ground and was pushed back in a straight line. The ground cracked and exploded. So strong. Du Xiaofu was shocked. The opponent's strength was too strong. To be able to push him back, the opponent's strength was absolutely terrifying. It was the first time he encountered such a tyrannical opponent in the sealed ancient land. Slightly raising his head, Du Xiaofu saw a hairy zombie appear. The hairy zombie didn't seem to be young. It looked like an old man with green hair all over its body. Its aura was many times stronger than the 4 hairy zombies that were just killed outside. It was completely comparable to the aura of a martial emperor at the Nirvana realm. That level of cultivation was truly tyrannical to the extreme. This hairy zombie is powerful. Let's work together to deal with it. Stone shouted and stomped on the ground. His eyes revealed a strange light, and runes surrounded his body. He directly pounced on the powerful hairy zombie. Bang! However, just as the rock was about to collide, the fur zombie shook its arm and roared out with a punch. Instantly, the rock was swept away and its body was sent flying away, smashing heavily into a wall and shattering it into pieces. Chapter 887. Walala. Lin Weiqi made a move, activating the Raging Flame martial vein. A terrifying pressure descended, and raging flames burned towards the hairy zombie. The blazing aura was terrifying, and the hairy zombie seemed to be afraid. But then it soared into the sky, wrapped in a black aura. Woo woo, black runes surged, and the powerful hairy zombie roared at the sky. A terrifying aura swept out, like a black demonic sun rising into the sky, shattering the space. Bang! Not long after, the terrifying hairy zombie broke through the sea of flames and resisted Lin Weiqi's Raging Flame martial vein. As it appeared in front of Lin Weiqi, the powerful hairy zombie punched directly. Bang! The black demon rune turned into a demonic sun, destroying the sea of flames. The powerful hairy zombie forced Lin Weiqi's delicate body back, and a trace of red blood flowed out of her red lips. Ku Ku, Dongli Diao's cloud phoenix blood eagle appeared, screaming and roaring. It flapped its wings and destroyed many broken walls. Dongli Diao's enormous body flapped its wings, but it could not disperse the terrifying aura that surged from all directions. Trespassing into the Imperial Mausoleum, all must die. The hairy zombie rushed out, its body boiling with black mist, like a demon awakening. The black aura was like a tsunami, and it immediately collided with Dongli Diao. But the result was the same. After several collisions this year, Dongli Diao was knocked down. Its huge body crashed into a broken wall of the main hall, and the impact shook the mountains. It was heavily injured. What a powerful hairy zombie! Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with shock. This hairy zombie was too powerful. Woo woo, the powerful hairy zombie roared. It did not allow anyone to get close to the golden coffin, and continued to stare at Du Xiaofu. All of you must die. The hairy zombie looked at Du Xiaofu and shouted. Its black aura fluctuated, and its eyes were frightening. It was like a beast with sharp fangs, and it rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Its speed was too fast. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The runes shone brightly like raging flames. What is this? Suddenly feeling this aura, the furry zombie cried out in alarm. This aura made him feel a sense of danger from the bottom of his heart, and he was terrified. In front of Du Xiaofu, the mysterious runes of the talisman fluctuated and finally condensed into the nether enlightenment grass, suppressing all evil. This stalk of grass was the bane of all evil beings. Light surged, and the symbols on the dark penetrating grass flickered. It was as if a glorious sun was burning, erupting with divine radiance to purify the black mist and baleful energy. Go, just as the formidable hairy zombie was astonished, the dark penetrating grass in Du Xiaofu's hand had already pounced on the formidable hairy zombie. Waves of pressure surged forth like waves, immediately engulfing the formidable hairy zombie. Woo woo, the ferocious hairy zombie rose to resist, black fog and baleful aura billowing out. Although the nether seeker grass could suppress the hairy zombie, it was still able to struggle. The nether seeker grass could not completely suppress it in a short period of time. Du Xiaofu's eyes were extremely solemn. If his cultivation was a step higher and his understanding of the nether seeker grass was more thorough, he might be able to suppress this hairy zombie. Rumble, Du Xiaofu began to activate his thunder martial vein. Thunder and lightning spread, and destructive thunder and lightning fell from all directions. Thunder and lightning swept across the sky like a torrential rain. The vast pressure caused the formidable hairy zombie to show fear again. Thunder and lightning swept down, and silver snakes flickered. The aura was strong, and the murderous aura spread. It was not austere, but it showed the majesty of creation. It showed the righteousness of heaven and earth, and it was the purest of yang. It could be vast and mighty, and punish the common people. At this moment, whether it was the dark penetrating grass or the thunder martial vein, they were the bane of the hairy zombie. They were suppressing it. Woo woo, however, this hairy zombie was extraordinarily strong. It was more than enough to contend with a martial royal realm expert in the outside world. At this moment, although the dark penetrating grass and the thunder martial vein were suppressing it, they were unable to completely suppress it. The hairy zombie kept roaring, and the sound was ear-piercing. It resounded through the mountain range, and the black fog surged. Du Xiaofu could feel that the hairy zombie was resisting with all its might, and it was difficult for him to suppress it. However, once the hairy zombie broke free, Du Xiaofu knew that he would not have the chance to suppress it again. "Father, let me help you." At this moment, little Xingxing flew out. His golden eyes were filled with golden light, and his small body was overflowing with green light. The starlight fluctuated, and a pair of thin purple wings spread out. Then, little Xingxing's small body started to expand in an instant. Roar, as little Xingxing's body expanded, a dragon's roar resounded through the space. Then, little Xingxing's body became dozens of feet long. At this moment, although little Xingxing's body was flowing with starlight and had the aura of the golden-winged rock, it was more of a terrifying supreme aura. Little Xingxing's body seemed to be the legendary real dragon, but it was not completely so. The pair of wings that had expanded to hundreds of feet were no longer as thin as a cicada's wings. Instead, they were like the feathers of a phoenix, and blazing red and purple flames spread out. Little Xingxing's wings flapped gently, and waves of blazing tornadoes rose in this mottled ancient land. A terrifying and strange pressure descended from little Xingxing's body. Dong Lijiao, Shi Tu, and Lin Weiqi were in a better state. They crawled up and rushed over while covered in blood. When they saw little Xingxing's body, they were shocked. Especially under the terrifying and strange pressure, Shi Tu and Lin Weiqi almost wanted to crawl. Under the strange pressure, Dong Lijiao seemed to be under the greatest pressure. A pressure that came from the depths of his soul and bloodline caused him, who had just reached the martial emperor realm, to crawl on the ground. This is the aura of a demonic beast sovereign. Little Xingxing is a demonic beast sovereign. Dong Lijiao was shocked, and his body could not help but tremble. Under such an aura, he was unable to resist the terrifying pressure. As his body was revealed, little Xingxing's huge body was like a huge dragon. 5 claws rose faintly under his body, and rune clouds appeared. The space between his eyebrows also strangely lit up, as if there was light shooting out, and it was about to form a third eye. In a short instant, another eye opened between little Xingxing's eyebrows. This time, it was vertical between his eyebrows. 3 eyes appeared at the same time, and a roar came out. "Ao!" This roar was a real dragon's roar, and the sound turned into sound waves that spread out. Then, a terrifying light spread out from between little Xingxing's eyebrows, and directly covered the body of the powerful furry zombie that was suppressed by the thunderbolt and the dark penetrating grass. At this moment, the powerful furry zombie finally revealed a terrified expression. Woo woo! Under the cover of the terrifying light of little Xingxing's third eye, it let out a painful cry. Is this little Xingxing's body? Du Xiaofu looked at little Xingxing's body and was stunned. He had always thought that this little ingrate did not have any reaction. He did not expect it to be so terrifying when it suddenly attacked. At this moment, he felt the aura from little Xingxing's body. That aura seemed to draw out the aura of the golden-winged rock from Du Xiaofu's body. Faintly, Du Xiaofu felt a sense of fear, and a prideful aura that wanted to fight surged out from his blood. Woo woo! The powerful furry zombie made its final struggle. A churning black evil aura swept out, and even the energy in all directions shook. A vast and terrifying aura spread from within its body, and an evil aura surged. At this moment, it was unleashing all of its strength. At the same time, little Xingxing's hundreds of feet large body had already arrived in front of the furry zombie in an instant. An enormous and complicated aura spread from its body. Qi La, the enormous tail on little Xingxing's back seemed to carry a reddish-purple flame. It instantly pulled down from the sky, and heavily smashed downwards, tearing through space. Qi La, little Xingxing's enormous tail carried a frightening symbol energy wave as it shot out. It also contained an enormous pressure. The suppressed furry zombie did not have the time to dodge, and was directly swept away. Bang! It was as though a meteorite had struck downwards, and a deafening sonic boom instantly erupted in the surrounding sky. A large area of broken walls appeared to be unable to withstand the wind, and directly cracked into powder in the surroundings. Bang! One could see with the naked eye that this enormous tail of little Xingxing's began to crack, and blood stains began to appear on the body of the furry zombie. Its body was also directly rushed down from the large hall. Is this little Xingxing's strength? Du Xiaofu watched from the side. While his heart was shocked, he was also extremely happy. Woo woo! The furry zombie howled towards the sky. Its woo woo sound appeared to be a miserable cry, and it also appeared to be calling for something. The furry zombie's voice penetrated through space, and a deafening sound reverberated in the sky where black fog was churning. As the furry zombie's woo woo sound was emitted, the golden coffin immediately began to tremble. Black fog churned, and the surrounding symbols flashed. It seemed that something unexpected was about to happen. This is bad. Du Xiaofu was worried when he saw this scene. At this instant, his body rushed out with lightning speed, and borrowed the momentum to launch a lightning fist that violently landed on the furry zombie's body. Bang! The frightening lightning strength directly sent the furry zombie flying. Its body once again fell heavily, shattering a large area of broken walls. Dark penetrating grass. Du Xiaofu once again urged the dark penetrating grass to suppress it. This furry zombie's physical body was truly terrifying. Qi La. Little Xingxing's enormous body pressed down from the sky. There were strange golden scales on her body that seemed to be spreading golden flames. A violent aura raged. Her enormous tail swept across the sky, and with a claw, she heavily tore the furry zombie's abdomen. Pucci, the originally tyrannical hairy zombie, at this time, under the joint efforts of the father and daughter, was torn apart and eaten. Ka, the aftermath of the claw spread, and the ground immediately cracked. Gravel surged in all directions. A corpse core was grabbed by little Xingxing. A frightening energy fluctuation and a dark aura spread out like a demonic sun. Retrieve. Du Xiaofu was already prepared. He stepped into the air, and with lightning dancing around his body, he rushed into the sky. With a claw, he immediately grabbed the corpse core in his hand. Little Yu did not slack off. There was a problem with the computer, and there was no place to fix it during the new year. Little Yu learned how to fix the system yesterday, and on the first day of the new year, he stayed up all night until now to patch up the chapters. If there is anything that has affected the brothers, please forgive me. Little Yu will update today around evening. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.